can go ahead and talk all you wanna. I built up the shell and it's hard as armor. It seems like every step I take up, trouble comes along with the bread I take up. You ain't doing nothing if you don't have haters. So welcome you to do it in your name. We just I'm like a jet airplane, way too high to hear you throwing salt on my name. I know I'm not the only one who love it. Get you going, throw your hands up. Go ahead and spread your wings, 'cause you got fly above, fly above the drama. I fly above, I fly above, I fly above. It's beneath me, it's beneath me, it's beneath me. So I fly above all the haters. I fly above, I fly above, I fly above. It's beneath me, it's beneath me, it's beneath me. Everybody hating 'cause you fly, then go and throw your hands in the sky. If people jealous 'cause you live your life, then go and throw your hands in the sky. See, I can't even worry about you and your insecurities. The only thing that matters is my family and G.O.D. I'm a shooting star, but my feet still on the ground. And when you're flying high, they just wanna shoot you. I'm like a jet airplane, way too high to hear you throwing salt on my name. I know I'm not the only one who love it. Get you going, throw your hands up. Go ahead and spread your wings, 'cause you gotta fly above. I fly above, I fly above, I fly above. It's beneath me, it's beneath me, it's beneath me. So I fly above all the haters. I fly above, I fly above, I fly above. It's beneath me, it's beneath me, it's beneath me. All you haters, you're the wind beneath my wings, beneath my wings. You just make me fly higher, higher, higher. Oh, you just make me fly, make me fly high, make me fly high, make me fly high. You just make me fly, make me fly higher. I'm like a jet airplane, way too high to hear you throwing salt on my name. I know I'm not the only one who love it. Get you going, throw your hands up. Go ahead and spread your wings, 'cause you gotta fly. I fly above all the drama. I fly above, I fly above, I fly above. It's beneath me, it's beneath me, it's beneath me. So I fly above all the haters. I fly above, I fly above, I fly above. It's beneath me, it's beneath me, it's beneath me. I fly above.
What's going on, Conscious Crew? Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. It is your favorite breakdown commentator, CTV, and I am happy to have you alive, well, and prayed up on this God-given hump day. I didn't want to play anything sad because this show is going to be triggering and tragic a fucking enough. So I wanted to play something that inspired resilience and strength and empowerment and self-control and self-knowing and confidence, because this is going to be enough of a funeral. So this is a time in the world where we need to be flying above a lot of shit, honey, and getting to the minutia, as my boy YB would say, of life, purpose, freedom, and motherfucking liberty. I do have some guests who are going to be helping me to have this conversation tonight. Matter of fact, my empathic shit is kind of really triggered up by this tragedy. So my guest is going to really be kind of guiding this discussion. I'll have an opportunity to kind of sit back and be a panelist rather than being a host tonight. We will be dropping the link and allowing you guys obviously to come up and share your thoughts on what should happen in this country as it relates to gun violence. These mass shootings are rampant, and it's crazy that all of this is happening under this particular retrograde. It's been a very bloody retrograde so far. We just had the Buffalo mass shooting just 10 days ago, a little over a week, and who we are. Mass shooting at an elementary school. So it's a lot. I want you guys to go ahead and give me an old nasty piece of thumbs up, girl. Y'all know that this helps YouTube to recommend the content, share the show out, etc. If you're new here, definitely go ahead and subscribe, because if I like it, you're going to absolutely love it. Everybody needs to make sure that they have the notification bell set to all, because you never know what day or hour that I'll be dropping content, girl, that the king shall be kinging, just like y'all didn't know that I was going to wake up at 4:30 a.m. in the fucking morning and get into some Kevin Samuels tea, girl. But all 400 plus of y'all asses was up with the nosiness with me, okay? Sinning under the moonlight. So, with no further ado, we're going to go ahead and move forward into the show. And, yeah.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh, and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you all who are complimenting me on the appearance. I knew that my boys was going to come cammed up. I said I got to come cammed up too, honey. It would only be right if I had to show my face. After all, what is Kelly and Michelle without Beyonce? Okay? So, you know, Beyonce had to come through, honey. This actually is a matching outfit, but you guys will get a full view of this in a few days. Yes, but thank you. I want to welcome our host for the day, Mr. Knockout Media, also known as Kelly.
Yeah, Kelly or KOM on my main channel. I think for the most part, most of you guys know me. For those that don't, I call myself, I guess I'm a multifaceted channel. I do reviews, research, stuff like that. So yeah, we're here for it. For sure.
I'm happy to have you here. I'm happy that you'll be leading this discussion today. You guys make sure to subscribe to Knockout Media over on YouTube, honey. He also has a personal website that you want to shout out before we get started.
Yeah, I have knockoutmedia.com. I'm currently updating it right now, so when you go to the address, it'll probably redirect you, but I'll have it back up in no time. Other than that, you can check out KOM. That's my main channel. For the most part, I am just somebody from South Texas that's making videos. That's why this situation hit so close to me too, is because I'm from San Antonio. It's not too far away from Uvalde. I know we have some subscribers that do stay in Texas, and I just saw somebody in the chat say they stay in Dallas. So for a lot of us, it hits home for sure. So that's why I took so much of a grasp towards the situation.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to us getting into the thick of this conversation. I know we had spoke earlier on the phone and talked about maybe some remedies, some antidotes, some of these issues and everything. I know you're going to take us kind of through the tragedy. Yeah, I'm looking forward to get into all of those things. I want to invite, last but certainly not least, Michelle, also known as Reckless Logic.
Who the fuck, Michelle?
The bitch clearly on the end.
Hello, y'all. How y'all doing today? Hello. My name is Reckless Logic. Please make sure you guys pop that like button, hit the subscribe button, and please smack that notification bell so do not miss any more posts from this retired raggedy bitch on the end over here at Consciouztv. So with that being said, let's get straight into this video. Bam!
You see what happens when you allow a deep throater to just have a little bit of leeway?
Girl, bye.
They just get so carried away. I want to tell y'all that if y'all would have been able to see how fast this hoe showed up because he knew the Knockout Media was gonna be here.
I was
Any other
already
time,
on
girl,
live.
I would have been already having to do the show solo, waiting on his ass. But because he
Perp-
knew that
That's a
a
lie.
whole piece of good man was gonna be here,
That's a lie.
sandwiched in between us, girl.
No,
He
that's a
made
lie.
sure to
Purple
be here
Lover.
before I was here, bitch.
No, forget that. Mo and Purple Lover was on my live. I was already live. Thank you.
Right, correct. So how do y'all feel? Are y'all ready for this discussion? Is it only my empathicness? My empathic shit is just like weird.
Well, it's
Like,
chilled. It's because it's kids. It's because it's kids, and the innocence of them. I think that's why a lot of people are so it hits so hard, you know. And I mean, to be honest with you, and this is what we talked about earlier on the phone. This he didn't initially target the elementary school. It was a situation that transpired at the house, which I guess that's where we could essentially start, right? Because what I want to do is go through the tragedy. I mean, a lot of us have already seen it. For those that haven't, you know, we'll go through it, but I don't want to spend too much time harping on it because it is such a sad situation and it is so sensitive because we do have a lot of parents. We do have a lot of people with kids that are still in the school age now. So I don't want to spend a whole lot of time harping on that situation, but going from the beginning, this, I mean, would y'all say that at 18 years old, if you just graduate high school, that you're still a kid mentally? So it's a hard question because 18 years old is an adult, but technically speaking, your brain is not developed, if I'm not mistaken. At least for men.
I'm gonna say this in the case of having a weapon. 18 years old, you can have a weapon, but there's no reason why you should have a AR-15 style rifle. Like the first question I'm gonna have, bitch, are you going to war? Are you going to hunt? Like, what do you need that for? That's the question that I have. Now, if you have like a regular, you know, little piece on you, yeah, the world is crazy. You want to protect yourself. I can understand that, but not only did he have one, he had two. So that's the question that I had. Like,
I will say that I don't know about. He's still a child, but you're old enough to know right from wrong, obviously, even prior to 18 years of age. Right. 18 years of age is an age where you should have a grounded sense of self. And obviously age also depends largely on life experience and development. So it's really individualistic. But yeah, I wouldn't say child, but definitely still has a lot of life to go.
Right. Okay. So with that being said, this individual specifically that we're speaking about, Conscious, I don't know if do you want me to say the name or do you want to not?
Yeah, you can. Yeah. Sure.
Okay. So the suspect, his name is Salvador Ramos. He's from Uvalde. He's from the same town that this happened in. Prior to the situation that sparked this whole thing, he had a very bad relationship with his mother. So much so to the point that his mom kicked him out of the house and had him to go live with his grandma because she could not handle him. From what I understand, the grandma was already raising another boy that was around his age. So now the grandma has two boys to deal with, and obviously one that has issues because he was fighting with his mom, not getting along, not listening, not conforming, whatever the case, right? So I'm to the point of where I have to explain as well in Texas, as soon as you turn 18, you can go purchase a long barrel rifle, AR-15, hunting rifle, whatever, and a shotgun. Those are the two firearms that you can legally own and go buy. You cannot have a handgun in Texas until you're 21 years old. If you get caught with a handgun, that's automatically a felony, automatically a gun charge. So he could legally have these weapons. However, having two AR-15s, the whole thing with the background checks and the sleight of hand that people use when it comes to that is you can go through a private cell. Reckless, if you come to me and you're like, hey, I'm looking for an AR-15. I'm like, you know what? I have an AR-15 that I'm willing to sell to you for $800. You're like, okay, cool. I have $800. Here you go. It can be that simple. And you could have the weapon at 18 years old, and that can be considered legal. Of course, there should be a bill of sale and then, other documentation to transfer the names over or whatever. But to be honest with you, a lot of people don't do that.
Do y'all think that 18 years of age is an age that's suitable for gun ownership?
I don't. I mean, depending on so hunting and stuff like that, I agree with. I agree that you could have a weapon, but I think that needs to be secured, and I think it needs to be somewhere where another responsible gun owner who's been, had their license and everything like that can supervise the weapon. So, in other words, that weapon should be locked away in a safe with your father's weapons. That's typically how that goes. If anything's going to be passed down or whatever, there's going to be a safe where those weapons are contained. Now, let me hit on this one more point. When it comes to 18 years old, I would say, especially for a lot of us that grow up down here, we do grow up with weapons education. We do grow up hunting, stuff like that. Now, at 18 years old, I don't believe that somebody is mature enough to make decisions with a firearm. Now, just like I said, those people that grew up with the hunter's education and everything, I don't think just because you've been around firearms doesn't mean you'll make an educated, mature decision with that firearm. Now, as you get older and you get more mature, of course, your mindset may change. Things may happen. Life experiences may happen to where you may be more responsible or less responsible. And that's the unfortunate fact about gun ownership. But I do wholeheartedly believe that 18 years old, you don't have the sound mind to be making decisions when you have access to a firearm. Just thinking about people that have the mentality of knowing that they have a weapon that they can go and access, or a firearm that they can access, kind of changes a lot of things and the perceptions and like how they go about situations. Whereas if they didn't have a firearm or didn't have access to one. But Reckless, go ahead.
I'm kind of 50-50 with it. Only because like I'm kind of looking at it as it's kind of like, no, y'all bear with me, y'all follow me. Actually, before I get into that, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna be honest with you. In Florida, down here in Florida, we have like a lot of it's sad to say we have like a lot of school massacres that happen. So to be quite honest, I'm not too shocked. Only because I've seen it time and time again. And I'm bringing that up because the later point I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get to. Now, when it comes down to the whole, I'm kind of 50-50 when it comes down to the 18-year-old thing. Only because simple fact of I'm kind of looking at it as in some way of driving a car. Yes, they both come with a great deal of responsibility, and yes, they both can lead to deadly measures if that responsibility is not taken into the proper procedures. Now, I'm kind of 50-50 with it, because if it's 18 years old and you know what you're doing, then yes, I guess. But if you're 18 years old and you don't know what you're doing, I have no problem with them making the rule you have to wait till you're 21, wait till you're 25, like 20 something. I wouldn't have no problem, but I'm kind of 50-50 with it. But I will say this, I think another alternative as well, if you're gonna give somebody that the weapon and that is registered under their name, they need to have therapy with it. It must be mandatory to have therapy, a year of therapy with their license.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think so, because even then, I've noted. Maybe I said this too early. Maybe I should wait to the remedies, but I'm gonna say it because it's on top of my head. Is that maybe because I think about it too? Like even with older people who do have weapons or whatever, because I'm thinking about Miami, the hood, is that I noticed that when we get to fighting and stuff, people be quick to pull out they pull it out, and I'm like, you finna throw your whole life away over a fight. So I think that therapy would be very much a recommended mandatory thing if you get a weapon. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would add a little bit. I would tweak that a little bit to say that shit. If you possess a gun, you probably should be required to be in counseling as long as you're in possession of that gun.
So you're saying as long as you have a gun, you need to be undergoing consistent therapy.
Therapy should be a attribute or a requirement for gun ownership, because 1 year of therapy alone, like most people kill circumstantially. So 5 years from now, that therapy a year ago might not even really count, because in the situation you're in now, it's contributing to why you want to use this gun to kill your spouse or kill your neighbor or kill whomever or go on some bloodthirsty rampage. I definitely think that they could, the government could definitely like put more stipulations on ownership, which are probably which will filter through in and of itself all of the people who don't take gun ownership seriously, because they're going to have to live with all of these requirements. The only people who probably are going to really sign up for that are those who are going to be responsible with.
Well, what if we had put it even? Let's take it a step further and say, if you want to own a assault style weapon, such as an AR-15, such as a anything semi-automatic, right? You would have to go into the military for a year.
Shit, I'm already in.
Well, see, and Reckless, the only reason why I say that is because literally everybody, no matter what your MOS is, you're going to be trained on a weapon, on a AR-15. You're going to know how to manipulate that weapon and everything, but you're also going to have that military service that you're going to have to undergo as well. And there's going to be a lot of discipline. And don't get me wrong, there are still people that go into the military, learn all these things, and still come out and commit, crimes and stuff. But I'm just saying that I think that straight up, just the way the law is now, to where, like I said, if as soon as I turn 18 years old, I can go to Academy, which is a sporting goods store here, and go buy an AR-15 if I have $800, $600, whatever. You know what I mean?
I don't know about the military though, because I'm not fond of black people in the military, but that's a whole other issue. But I do get what you're saying.
Well,
I think that the therapy thing is the biggest thing though, because I think that I don't think in this country we deal with mental health enough. I think that both black and brown people and mayonnaise folk definitely need motherfucking therapy. Privileged people need it for certain. Poor people absolutely need it. Conquered and enslaved people need it. This whole country damn sure needs it. But I think that the mental health thing is the biggest thing, because considering the person that we're talking about, he obviously was very troubled. He had a lot of issues in his family. Imagine had he been afforded therapy as he was dealing with himself, dealing with his life circumstances, and kind of had that affirmation and that guidance in his life. What difference that would have made.
Now, see, this is the other thing as well with it. He's had prior episodes and prior events that happened to where it's like, should he have, is he ready? Is he capable to be responsible with a firearm? And again, that's something I jumped to as far as Texas and it being so easy to access these weapons, because like I said, just anybody, you can, as long as you don't have a criminal record, felonies, you can go get a firearm in 30 minutes and then walk out. And there is no mental health check. There's no oh, well, have you been feeling bad, or have you been feeling, under, you know what I'm saying? Have you been feeling bad for the past 24 hours, 72 hours, or whatever? Is no questions are like that. It's just straight up, do you have the money?
Which is
Is there
fucking nuts, knockout, because they require transgender men and women to undergo therapy before they even alter their bodies cosmetically. But you don't require people who have something in their hand that can literally strip someone of life itself.
Multiple people.
Yeah, backwards.
Yeah. And now, so the reason why gun control gets brought up, and it's such a touchy subject, especially down here in Texas, because people are going to want to have their guns. Conscious, I've explained to you a lot of times that you call the police down here, the police are going to like almost say you would be better off protecting yourself before we even, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just the honest truth. Now, the debate is going to be, how do you determine who's going to be a responsible gun owner and who's not? Should we have access? And again, down here in Texas, people have level 2, level 3 tax stamps with the ATF, meaning they can go get fully automatic weapons. They can have grenades and shit in their house, rocket launchers. I'm telling you, people have this stuff. There are guys with land that have tanks on their land. You know what I mean? Like, just cuz. And the thing is we and there's so much space out here, and people own so much of it that they're going to want to protect their stuff no matter what. And like I said, the whole thing comes down to who's going to be responsible with the gun and who's not. I can say for a fact that the mentality of anybody is going to change when they have a firearm. And speaking of this suspect who committed this most recent mass shooting, his mindset was obviously he was not capable, he was not ready to have a firearm or be in possession of a firearm. So with his prior relationship with his mom, and then him moving in with his grandmother and continuing to fight and put hands on and argue with and everything with his grandmother, I'm almost wondering, where's the accountability from the family or from the parents to somehow captivate or get a hold of this, get a grip of this guy, because they knew that he was crazy. And even when we look at some family members that are willing to do interviews, the grandpa has said that if he would have known that he was in possession of firearms, he would have turned them in himself. The mother's boyfriend saying that he had a contentious relationship with her prior, and then a very bad relationship with the grandmother, and he shouldn't have been in a possession of any firearms. So again, like, where is the responsibility? Where is the accountability on the family to contain this?
The family is too busy passing his ass from one house to the next to even keep up. I mean,
but is that
house to his grandma's house?
Right. That's in itself, to me,
and
is not.
What? I bet you that he's not the author of his own confusion. This sounds like a dysfunctional ass family in and of itself. So who are the parents? What was the household like that the mom was fostering? Where is the biological father? What was her upbringing like? Who was this fucking grandmother who allegedly was berating him and yelling at him and fussing at him about his grades, etc.? Because according to some sources, their argument erupted over him and her arguing about him not graduating.
Right.
So that he popped her in the face.
And see, the thing was with his mother, why he was fighting, the ultimate thing that made him, or that got him to be with the grandmother in the first place, is because he was physically fighting his mom after she disconnected the Wi-Fi at the house. So
something that typically makes mayonnaise people go ballistic.
Oh my
But
God.
see, conscious. That's the thing. See, I got tore up in my comments because I said white and a lot of mayonnaise. I'm sorry, and a lot of people were saying, well, he's Latino. He's not. He's not mayonnaise, and I'm like, well, what would it matter? Because when we look at the mayonnaise people, the proportion of them committing these mass shootings is always greater than any other ethnicity. So if somebody slips up and does say this mayonnaise person did it, then how can you? Why would you be surprised?
Y'all this mayonnaise.
But I mean, yeah, I guess they don't understand.
Mayonnaise special edition featuring Latino. Special edition mayonnaise.
Might as well say that. You know what I mean? And to be honest with you, a lot of Hispanic people of descent down here do have Caucasian in their roots somewhere. I mean, a lot of Spaniards do. A lot of, I'm just saying, you know, it's very possible. But anyway, it's kind of going off of the.
We are going to use mayonnaise for complexion purposes. So.
Yeah, because Latino and all the other stuff, that's ethnicity. That's the culture.
Not nationality. But see, the kid was already messed up, or the young man was already messed up, and he shouldn't have been in possession of any firearms, but he was. And like I said, I put a lot of accountability and a lot of responsibility on the family for not doing much of anything else other than, like you said, Conscious, shipping him from house to house. And I don't know why you would put him on the grandma, as if the grandma would be the ultimate one to whip him into shape.
Exactly, stressing her the hell out.
Yeah, that's not fair to her.
I want to know who's the mother, because why burden your elderly mother with your dysfunctional, out of control, violent son? Like you obviously younger than your mother, and if you're struggling, you and the man in the household, because he had a stepfather, right? Like he had a boyfriend, right?
Yeah, the mom's boyfriend.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's two of y'all in the household. Y'all are younger than the elderly grandmother, and neither one of y'all can even subdue this nigga. So y'all going to ship him over to grandma's? I don't know if that meant that she was under the impression that him and grandma had a loving relationship. But if my child is violent, I'm not even putting anybody else in a position to care for my child but me. I'm just gonna have to figure it out. You're not going to live with mom. You're not going to live. You're definitely. I'm not definitely not going to burden anybody elderly in my family at that.
Yeah, with a violent kid that's out of control. And the thing about it is, if he was going to wild out and go crazy, there's nobody there that's going to be able to do something if he does. It's only going to be the grandma.
There was nobody there when he finally popped off
on
grandma and shot her in the face.
Right.
Yeah. Now I know that you had an interview pulled up from the stepdad or the mother's boyfriend.
The boyfriend.
You want to play that?
Well, right before I do, I just read the caption. It said he's 62 years old.
Who?
So the boyfriend of the mother.
Dang.
Wow. He's 62. So I don't know if even, I don't want to be like, ageist or anything like that, but I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but I have it queued up right here. Let me see.
Okay, and while you're queuing that up, I'm going to go ahead and read this whole nasty piece of disclaimer. If there's any consolation, let me pull up all nasty piece. What's going on, chat? I didn't even have the opportunity to speak to y'all. Hey, everybody coming in, please give me a like. If you're in the building, if you're new here, please subscribe, because, yeah, that's what you need to fucking do. Okay? Thumbs up and subscribe. Disclaimer, copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Now
Well, what they're saying in the comments, they're saying that that's the grandfather, allegedly.
This is the grandfather?
Yeah. That's what I heard. So I don't know.
Well, I guess we have to see. We'll see what he says. If he does say my wife or anything about her being deceased, then we know that that's. But this article says mother's boyfriend.
The mother's boyfriend.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Well, maybe it was a typo, or do you think that this is the boyfriend?
I can firmly believe that because a lot of, I'm not trying to be racist, but a lot of Latinos do have their kids later on in life. So it's possible for them to be this old with age. Oh yeah. I know one of my coaches in high school had a 11-year-old daughter and he was like 55 or something like that.
Yeah. Like they be busting them nuts until they can't no more.
Yeah. Oh, because I was gonna say all the ones that I know, they have them like they puppies. They be having them bad boys back.
Someone else said, yeah, I think it's a boyfriend because someone else said that the grandpa has white hair.
Yeah, the grandpa. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. The grandpa did have a separate interview, and he did have white hair.
This is the boyfriend.
Yeah,
as you stated.
So, you ready for me to?
And everybody crank up your volume on your devices. You guys know that we only have so much control over volume.
All right, let's go ahead.
At the events that turned out, because you said he was alone. Are you surprised by the actions of yesterday?
Yeah, it's really bad. I'm really surprised.
What were your?
Is it gone or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, it might have been me.
I'm trying to crank the volume up.
Yeah, my okay.
Initial thoughts when you heard the news?
Man, that's bad, man. I was shocked. I didn't know what to think.
Do you expect the mother to come back sometime soon?
Yeah, this afternoon.
Huh?
This afternoon, she wants to see mom.
That was a very short clip.
That was it. And
I couldn't even hear what the hell he said.
I couldn't even hear him either. He was speaking kind of towards the ground. And
can you play it again?
Yeah, somebody said that that it's rumored they had drug problems allegedly.
I wouldn't be surprised. It sounds like a dysfunctional ass motherfucking family.
Well, I am gonna be completely honest with you guys. San Antonio has an extreme meth problem, a very bad meth problem. And it's possible that it had reached out to Uvalde because that's not far away. But the mom apparently they said the interviewer asked, and this is for people I didn't hear, do you think the mom is going to come back sometime soon? So let me replay it for you guys.
Okay. Right. Are you surprised at the events that turned out? Because you said he was alone. Are you surprised by the actions of yesterday?
Yeah, it's really bad. I'm really surprised.
What were your initial thoughts when you
see? Like I couldn't even make out nothing that he said.
I think he said something equivalent to
it's sad or something like.
Heard the news.
Man, that's bad, man. I was shocked.
Just bad. I'm in shock.
I didn't know what to think.
I didn't know what to think.
Do you expect the mother to come back sometime soon?
Yeah, this afternoon.
Huh?
This afternoon, she wants to see mom.
Okay, I couldn't make up that last part though.
And that to me kind of looks a little, but yeah. So the mom apparently took off, and
she better have took her motherfucking meth out ass to the hospital to go see about her damn mammy who got shot all up in the motherfucking face by this goddamn crazy ass nigga.
And it's sad. It's real sad that
so you gonna haul out while your mother is up in a goddamn urgent care getting her whole face wrapped up like a fucking mummy, and you gonna go run for hide? You ashamed? Oh, okay. Go ahead.
That's just terrible.
Knock out.
Here, Conscious, you might have to unplug your earphones, just kind of giving like a feedback.
Okay. I had to put
or maybe twist the
Sugar Daddy speaking his interview.
Yeah. So yeah, I definitely don't think that's a sugar daddy. He might know the plug, but that's not no sugar daddy. And see, that's a sad reality. He might have been in the house with them, and he knows that his mom is a tweaker, you know, and she probably couldn't pay for the Wi-Fi or didn't pay the Wi-Fi because or whatever, and he flipped out, and they couldn't deal with him because they're too busy getting high.
Yeah, because if this is the type of man that she had in the house, then
right,
no wonder she had to send his ass off to grandma. Because
to grandma. Did grandma die? Okay, so we didn't even continue on with this. So okay, this is how this happened. This is why we're speaking about the grandmother. He purchased the AR-15s. He's got these weapons. We already went over him fighting with his mother and everything. Conscious had brought up that he already had a contentious relationship with the grandmother that he was staying with at the time. We all know that at least here in Texas, this is the last week of school for elementary. I believe high school graduated last week or ended last week. And they're supposed to graduate, you know, on stage or whatever. Maybe later for some of these kids next week or something like that. But
so allegedly,
yeah. No, go ahead.
No, I just want to say allegedly, the governor announced that the grandma was also deceased. So she died from her injuries, allegedly.
So he killed his grandma. So his grandma was allegedly fussing with him about him not graduating from high school, and that was causing him to flip out. So he decided to pull out his AR-15 and shoot his grandmother in the face. I was reading another report where he shot his sister, I believe that was in the house at the same time, and then he had stole her truck and then started driving, and there was already a bolo, which is be on the lookout for the grandmother's truck. He started getting pursued by the police, and then he crashed into a ditch that happened to be by the elementary school and the high school. He hopped the fence, and obviously he went to the high school neighboring, so he found a way inside the elementary school and shot 19 kids, I think it is now, and one teacher. Now the I think
and
that's
a little more detail is he got into the elementary school through the back door. Why it was open and accessible, we don't know. He then entered into a classroom to the left, I believe, which was actually initially empty, but there was a divider between that room and another classroom full of kids. So he accessed the second classroom through the first classroom that he barricaded himself in, and then he began to launch fire. Wow, shit.
If okay, I'm gonna tell y'all right now about the anybody saying.
Your device timed you out, knockout.
My alarm went off.
Go.
I had my alarm going off. Okay.
Come on, Lauren.
As far as the grandmother, if she survived, AR-15, 223 or 5.56 shot to the face, then damn. I'm not. Yeah, I was about to say I'm gonna try to confirm myself,
Yes,
but
I was gonna say confirm it because people are saying she's alive. Some are
You
saying
could
that
have
she's
been doing that since you ain't doing shit over there. You could
not.
have
Girl,
been.
I'm over here multitasking. Ho. Remember, I'm Michelle.
Celia Martinez is her name.
I don't even know how to spell that.
Let me see.
Okay, hold on. It's text, children. Oh, you can continue on. You ain't gotta stop for this knockout. I'm gonna let this.
You're gonna look it up. Okay, cool.
From what I'm getting, it's just like all of the reports say that she was attacked and she was shot, but not necessarily deceased.
I don't see anything confirming that she's deceased yet either. Yeah.
They said the press conference stated that she was deceased.
That Governor Abbott has stated that she was.
That's yeah.
Well,
it says she's still like. It's inconclusive.
Inconclusive, yes.
Well, okay, so this article here, according to heavy.com, this is 2 hours ago. It says the grandmother called Celia Martinez, 66. That's crazy. 66 years old, who's still alive, was the first victim. So this is as of 2 hours ago. So apparently, according to this article, she's still alive. But what's crazy to me, the grandmother's 66 and the mom's boyfriend is 62.
The folk got started early. Some folk got started early.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I was gonna say the grandfather doesn't look like he was into drugs or anything. So I'm wondering, like, if it's like like you said, just maybe a dysfunctional, I don't want to say like a junkie family, but
yeah, they don't even have to be drugs. I mean, people can just be impoverished, uneducated, traumatized. I mean, all type of things lead to people just being loopy and kind of checked out. It doesn't. It definitely don't have to necessarily have to be connected to drugs. The trauma is enough of a crack all by itself.
So 4 hours ago, Dallas News reported her to be in serious condition.
See, all these conflicting comments. Somebody saying that the same governor said that she's still alive. So we're just going to say inconclusive. I don't even think it maybe matters at this point anyway. I mean,
yeah, he shot his grandmother in the face.
Yeah,
I mean,
she's been shot. That's what we do know for sure.
Yeah, and so
my question to you guys is: so we have discussed if 18 is a suitable age to own a gun. Do y'all think that all guns should be accessible to the public?
No.
Automatics.
No,
I don't think AR-15s. I never really saw a point of anybody having an AR-15. To be honest with you, like some people can barely even shoot a handgun, much less AR-15. And then on top of that, like what? It's overkill. You know what I'm saying? Okay, here in Texas, we have the castle doctrine. We have the castle law. Anybody comes into your house uninvited at night, you can kill them. The thing is that, yeah, you could have 12 gauge slugs or whatever in your shotgun, but if somebody breaks into your house through your front door and you shoot a slug through them and it continues to go through the wall, penetrate somebody else's house and kill whoever's sleeping, the daughter sleeping in the room next door, you're going to jail for murder. So like a lot of these things, like you don't need that much firepower, especially if you're going to be protecting your house or protecting yourself. A lot of stuff you can't even carry on yourself to protect yourself like that. I can't pull out an AR-15 out of my waist to protect myself. So what do you need it for?
Right.
Well,
And
I'm gonna. I
but
don't
see,
believe all
at this
weapons.
point, Railroad 22, a lot of people that are Second Amendment like just obsessed, you don't do you have ranch farmland that you actually have crops on that these wild hogs are destroying, or are you just killing pigs just to kill pigs and say that you have an AR-15 to do so just to do it? Like that's not enough of a problem anymore, really. And there are teams that go and eradicate these hogs. Not everybody needs an AR-15, and in that conversation too, then it should only be farmers and people who own crops and land like that, not 18-year-olds.
I don't know. I don't know. No, but I will say this: I don't think all weapons need to be not. I don't believe all people, civilians, should not have access to all types of weapons. There should be no reason, like you said earlier, no reason why the hell you have a grenade. What the hell you plan on using that for? Why do you have access to that? Are you going to Afghanistan? Are you on the? Are you going to war? Why do you need a grenade? What's the purpose of that? Don't know why. I don't know why would someone need a rifle unless, like you said, you're a farmer or you're hunting. Then for me, it can logically make sense. But if you have a rifle and you live in the middle of the hood or you live in the suburbs, what do you plan on doing? Like,
Right.
you really don't need that for when it comes down to certain things. Like, you're not in the military, you're not even a hunter, and even when you're a hunter, I don't know. It's real sticky. I don't know. I really don't know. But they most definitely have more rules and regulations. But even then, you can have the rules, but that still don't control the people. So I don't know.
No, I mean it doesn't. But having a high capacity assault rifle for what? You know, like you saying, and then like it's not enough that people are putting switches on Glocks already and making them fully automatic, but people already have they're switching out bolt carriers and different accessories to make these guns automatic and stuff so that way it can be more deadly when it comes to situations. But then you have stuff like what just happened in Houston a couple of months ago, to where somebody CNC'd and made a ghost gun and put a switch on it, and then also had a switch on a Glock and killed 3 cops. So I don't understand. Again, I love guns. I've always grown up. I've been, oh yeah, guns look cool, whatever the case. But I've never been the type to where I need to own a gun that I can put a 100-round magazine in or a 100-round drum in or whatever. I see just fine with a pistol. So I don't get it. I really don't. I don't think anybody should have access to military grade weapons. Nobody that's not trained to do so, or again in the right mind. I mean, I really don't understand.
Well. Actually, what Steve just said, Steve Austin just said, you see how dude picked and chose his battles. These weirdos never go to the hood and do this. I 100% disagree, because the people that actually do it, they actually have a badge on their chest.
And somebody did say earlier too, I saw another one where it said Mexico doesn't have mass shootings. What would you consider a cartel wiping out a whole city? Anywhere where there's, well, I'm not gonna say anywhere where there's guns, because I believe Ray, when I was having my conversation on my platform, she said in Switzerland that all the men, and I think it's the same for, I want to say like Russia and some countries over there in Europe, to where military time is mandatory, and then after that, yeah, every male has a firearm in the house. But as far as mass shootings, I think she said the last mass shooting that they had was 30 years ago.
And we're also, to Steve Austin's point, that what happened just 10 days ago in Buffalo just dispels that entire statement. They are now targeting predominant Black communities as well.
Mm-hmm.
They're going right into the hoods, right into the stores, right into all of those things. So
this bit,
let's do a. I need to do an update because I want to. Let's just catch everybody up real quick because I really want to get into the thick of this here. Let me read this shit. This is from NPR, and it's what we know so far about the school shooting. And how do you pronounce this?
Uvalde,
Texas.
Okay.
Uvalde, Texas. And this was updated 2 hours ago, so this should be the most recent. A reported 21 people were killed in an attack by a lone gunman at an elementary school in the small town of Uvalde, Texas on Tuesday. Of the dead are 19 students and 2 adults, and additional 17 people were injured. My God. All victims have been identified as of Wednesday. The gunman was killed by a law enforcement agent. The attack at Robb Elementary School occurred just 2 days before summer break was to begin, with the school's calendar listing May 26 as the last day of classes. The school teachers, students in grades 2 through 4, and around 600 students attend. Here's what we know. Uvalde is a small community. Uvalde, Texas is a community of around 16,000 people, most of whom are Hispanic. According to U.S. Census Bureau data, the town sits about 85 miles west of San Antonio. It's the kind of place where interconnections are thick, and no one would have expected a mass shooting at a local school. Mark Duvalwism, the editor-in-chief of the nearby San Antonio Express News, told NPR. Uvalde is also best known as the hometown of Oscar winner Matthew McConaughey. The actor took to social media to share his heartbreak over the tragedy. In a lengthy statement, he offered prayers to the impacted and urged Americans to reassess their values, saying, quote, "We have tragically proven that we are failing to be responsible for the rights our freedoms grant us," without specifically mentioning guns or reforms. Shooter was from Uvalde. The 18-year-old gunman, Salvador Ramos, had attended Uvalde High School, which had its graduation day set for this coming Friday. At some point, however, he had dropped out, officials said, and this is what him and his grandma were arguing about that led to him shooting her in the face. There had been no evidence of mental health issues prior to the violence Tuesday. Investigators said that there is also no evidence of a criminal record, though research is being done into whether the gunman had a record as a juvenile. Law enforcement said that the shooter acted alone, but more details have since emerged about his activity in the hours before the shooting. He shared private messages on Facebook, and I think you have those messages. I'm knocked out. I would love for you to pull out after I read this article. He shared private messages on Facebook with someone and told the person he intended to shoot his grandmother. Police confirmed he did attack his grandmother and shot her in the face. She survived and is in a hospital. So we just got confirmation that she has survived. She is currently in the hospital. And according to someone in the comments section, that's where the mother is, which is with her mother, and rightfully so, because she the damn reason why her mama there. After shooting her, he returned to Facebook to send a message confirming what he did. He then posted in the chat that he was targeting an elementary school next, but didn't mention Robb Elementary School specifically. So at some point, he did have a premeditated agenda to go and shoot up a bunch of young folk at a school. He took off in his grandmother's car, later crashing it not far from Robb Elementary School. He then approached the school, encountered a school resource officer, though no gunfire was exchanged, and entered through a back door on campus. Texas State Senator Roland, what is his last name? Gutierrez told CNN on Tuesday evening, following a briefing from the Texas Rangers, that the shooter brought at least 2 assault rifles shortly after his 18th birthday. Quote, "He had no problem assessing those weapons," Gutierrez during an interview. A Border Patrol agent shot the gunman. After the gunman gained entry to the school, police from various departments gathered to form a tactical unit. A Border Control tactical unit responded to the scene, and one of his agents shot and killed the suspect, according to a source with the agency. The school year is over and other events canceled. Graduation for the local high school is postponed for now, according to the superintendent of the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District, Harold. He spoke during a second news conference Tuesday. Harold clarified that the district school year is done following the shooting and that all other events are canceled. He said grief counseling was going to be provided for students and their families starting Wednesday morning at the local civic center. Local hospitals and the public respond to the need. U.S.A. Memorial Hospital established an emergency command center after hearing word about the attack from law enforcement. The response following the shooting was enormous and additional staff came on to assist. According to a news release from U.S.A. Memorial, the hospital treated 15 people, 11 of whom were children, following the shooting at Robb Elementary. 2 children received by the hospital were dead on arrival. 4 young patients had to be transferred to trauma units in San Antonio for further treatment. 7 children were able to be sent home following treatment. Early Tuesday evening, local hospitals and other organizations put out a call for blood donors to respond to the tragedy, and the public has responded in a major way. South Texas Blood and Tissue said a huge number of donors allowed it to send 15 units of blood to the school and local hospitals immediately after the shooting, and another 10 to an area hospital later in the day. The organization also said further appointments to donate were largely booked, but it encouraged people to continue to donate. GoFundMe has established an online hub of verified fundraisers supporting victims and loved ones affected by the shooting. Robb Elementary School has also created a fundraising account at a local bank to assist families. It is accepting checks and online payments. I also want to add to that also, I think a funeral home has also decided to provide funeral services completely free of charge to, I think, 17 so far of the families who lost their children. So even the funeral homes are pushing through and assisting these families at this time. President Biden ordered flags to be flown at half-staff at the White House and other government buildings following news of the tragedy. Biden addressed the nation Tuesday night following the shooting, quote, "How many scores of little children who witnessed what happened see their friends die as if they're on a battlefield, for God's sake," he said. He plans to travel to Texas in the coming days to meet with families affected by the mass shooting. Leaders from around the world spoke out. Pope Francis Pope Francis called for stricter gun control in the United States. Others, including Ukrainian leaders, sent their condolences. Senator Chris Murphy, Decon, took to the Senate floor hours after news of the shooting broke. Newton Con in Murphy State is the location of the 2012 Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting, during which 26 people, mostly 6 and 7 years old, were killed. Murphy has aggressively called for gun reform following that incident. Murphy implored, "What are we doing?" just days after a shooter walked into a grocery store to gun down African-American patrons. "We have another Sandy Hook on our hands. What are we doing?" He pleaded with his colleagues to act on gun control legislation. I actually saw his plea. Did any of you get an opportunity to see his plea? The man was almost practically on his knees. I mean, I almost wish he would have touched the floor.
See, I didn't see his, but I did see Brett O'Rourke, which is somebody who's running for governor right now, confront Governor Abbott, and that was very emotional as well. But I mean, if you don't show any kind of emotion, you're not a human being at this point, if you ask me.
Did you guys also see that? Let me pull up my notes here. I was watching a press conference right before we went live. Did you guys see that Governor Greg Abbott was confronted?
Gavin, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
By somebody running for congressman.
O'Rourke. Yeah, he's yeah. So he's been actively running.
And O'Rourke ass out.
Oh yeah. They were pissed off.
I was surprised that the news even aired the profanity.
Yeah. And you know what, Ruben? There's another senator, I think, from or congressman from Arizona who cussed out Abbott live on in some kind of like public capacity to where it's like, oh, well, that's not professional. He's like, man, fuck being professional.
Exactly.
You know, Abbott is fucking up, and a lot of people have felt that way about him. And like even going back to the damn, what'd you call her? Cora? No.
Who?
The
Carisha 19. Who?
Yeah, Carisha. So even going back to Carisha 19 and the him opening up the state too early and all kinds of stuff like that, like people do not like this guy, and he's been coming off with kind of stupid ass things. But yeah, that was well deserved. And I mean, O'Rourke, I'm surprised did that, but I'm surprised of the reaction from him of the get out and you're out of line, all that shit. I was like, wow.
He said, get out of here, you son of a bitch, you sick son of a bitch.
Yeah, he talks like an old mayonnaise man from Texas.
Well, one thing, like I will say this, I'm still getting my feet wet, but I just recently got into like the politics as in watching them. They be shady, they be going in. They be talking like that. You sick.
Have you ever seen Trey Gowdy and Brett Kavanaugh and all them? They'll go. Oh yeah, they light each other up in there, and they'll be. But they do it professionally. Yeah,
I was like, I need to start watching this more often.
One of my patrons also just sent me a link. Did you guys know that a student was caught with firearms outside of a Texas high school one day after the deadly shooting?
I saw that, and he was saying that the op was some kid that he was going to target or something like that. And
I'm going to read it here. Less than 24 hours after a mass shooting at Robb Elementary School in U.S.A., Texas, where 19 students and 2 teachers were killed, police in the same state took a suspect into custody who was walking towards a Richardson, Texas high school with what appeared to be a rifle, according to Fox 4 News. The Richardson Police Department received a call at 10:55 a.m. from a business that reported the juvenile male walking towards Buckner High School, they said in a press release. Within minutes of the call, several officers from various units of the Bureau arrived at the high school and began a search and investigation, authorities said. Officers were able to identify the suspect as a student of Buckner High School. He was arrested on a charge of unlawfully carrying weapons in a weapon-free school zone, which is a state jail felony.
Stupid. And
it's going to fuck that.
Look, I don't know if it's just something about Texas. I know my high school 2 years after I graduated, so this is like 2015, there was a kid that took 2 AK-47s to school and I think 3 or 4 pistols or something like that. I got caught before he could actually like do something. But he had like planned it out to where he was going to go to school. He put the AK-47s in a trash can and like planted them throughout the school. So that way he could go and like carry out whatever he was going to do after the Pledge of Allegiance. And I'm like, again, he had access to go get the guns and then bring them to school. And it's like, how could you not know as well? I'm just saying in that situation, but yeah, Conscious, it's crazy. Yeah. And these kids, there are kids out here that are going and checking car doors to make sure that they're, you know, unlocked or not, so that we can go in and try to steal a gun. That they're looking for that.
Well, I think I'm about to say something real ignorant. I'm gonna say it anyway. If you got problems and you want to get a weapon, take yourself out. Don't try to take other people with you. Like people ain't got time for that. Like that's just crazy. Like don't be trying to take everybody with you. Like people just want to over here going to school.
We have a deep-seated, rooted, undealt with mental health issue in this country, and the rise of technology and social media has quantified these issues. Isn't it interesting how all of these serial killers, mass shooters have also utilized social media in their plotting? They're using Google Maps, they're blueprinting the spaces available. They're also indulging in these weird fringe virtual web groups. indoctrinating themselves with all type of crazy ass conspiratory shit. They are also letting it be known online, play by play, what they're doing, just like this young man did.
Mm-hmm.
And this mental health issue is going to continue to be exacerbated. And if we don't deal with that, then we're all in a shit ton of trouble going forward, because this gets worse before it ever gets better.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I see that you're trying to pull up something, and you're trying to pull that up. I also want to say that it was fucking heartbreaking to know that some of these people still can't even locate some of their children. They don't know whether they're dead. They don't know whether they're at a hospital. They've been calling the funeral homes. They can't even find their children. There was a grandfather who had to wait 10 hours from the top of this news that there was a shooting to even find out what had happened to his granddaughter, only to find out with no information, no leads at all, that his granddaughter unfortunately was one of the victims of this mass shooting. 10 hours. 10 hours.
Mm.
Did you want me to share the screen? I'm knockout?
Yeah, I'm ready. Okay, so as I'm showing you guys, I might have to zoom in and zoom out to get specific parts. But this is his TikTok, and maybe I can zoom in to here. In the description, I guess this is where you put, like, you know, your bio or whatever. This was his bio. It said, "Kids be scared in real life."
Yeah.
That is very worrying. And this brings me to my other question. And this was another pertinent point I was going to bring up. Should social media platforms such as Instagram and TikTok, let's say the messages that he was sending, containing the weapons, right, or posting the story, do you think that social media platforms should ban or censor or block? Let's just say censor people who upload firearms or do anything in a threatening manner?
Look, I have been somebody who for years now have said that I believe that bullying should be criminalized.
Mm-hmm.
I'm someone who have said for a long time that we should be required to have a license to utilize the internet, maybe even an age requirement.
Mm-hmm.
And to your question about, what was your question again?
Should social media censor certain messages or certain posts containing firearms or things that would be deemed like a threat to?
I think if they are a threat, yes. And I think that, and you know, and let me tell you how fucked up this country is. It's because of your First Amendment.
Mm-hmm.
Threats can literally be thrown up against the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Police cannot act on threats alone. Now, you can file protective orders and restraining orders personally, and even those things are super temporary, but ultimately, people are allowed to make fucking threats.
Mm-hmm.
And that it's not a criminal charge to threaten somebody's life. It's not a criminal. Well, I don't know if I can share that screen.
Oh, not that one. Oh, okay.
And I will, and I will say this too. Even if the media starts to censor certain things, you got to also keep in mind too. We also played in the video games.
Well, and people will argue, reckless, until the sun comes up, that video games have no influence on these kids, but that's absolutely showing not to be the truth. You know what I mean? Like,
and the sad thing about it is that it's not even about the video games in and of themselves. Yeah. It's like all the other things that contribute to it. This, you know, because I also was raised up on video games. Everybody around me was raised up using water guns and super soakers and toy guns and playing Grand Theft. We're not out mass shooting motherfuckers. So the games in and of themselves aren't the issue. It's the environmental shit. It's the dysfunctional shit going on in the household. It's all of this nuance in people's lives that then these things get used as a motivation to inspire wicked fantasies that folk want to act out, but they're not the roots in and of itself.
Yes.
And that's why I keep rallying behind mental fucking health. Mental health. Hey, 7 stars, what's going on, love?
Okay, so this is the correspondence that he had with the person. So the only reason I had brought up that last photo that we couldn't show is because he had tagged her name next to
what the photo is.
So the photo is of his 2 AR-15s, and in that picture he tagged a Instagram account, and apparently there was some obsession that he had, or something, some attraction I guess he had to I guess what people would call, like, you know, the emo scene, or like a goth kind of scene or whatever. And I don't know if he just chose a girl who he thought was attractive or prettier or what, but there were several different girls that, you know, kind of all like resembled each other that he had messaged, and he wanted to make them aware of his plans for whatever reason. The girl that he messaged, the account that he messaged her, she's 17 years old. So the thing about it is, and again, this is a point that I brought up in my video, is that she had said that she was scared, too scared to the point that she felt like something was going to happen if she was to block this guy, or I mean, I know it doesn't really make sense to people, but to me it makes sense, because I can see a girl, and like I said, I consider 17 a kid. So I can see a kid, you know, she doesn't know what the hell's going on. She doesn't know what's this random guy messaged her and started sending her pictures of guns. So she's like, I don't know what to do. And I'm kind of like in this space to where it's like, what do I do? So she doesn't know to like report him, or she doesn't feel the, you know, whatever the case. So
at least at first.
And so that's why you have a lot of people saying that she might have conspired or enabled him or influenced him, because she was one of the first ones to quote unquote know. But I'm gonna read some of these to you, because I know some of you guys probably can't make it out. But
and people need to be very slow to cast judgments on her, because them same people be on this bitch watching a lot of motherfuckers say a lot of crazy shit and make a lot of crazy people, and they ain't calling 911 on a motherfucker. They ain't informing the FBI. They ain't informing law enforcement. They ain't calling Biden or Kamala, and yet they witness motherfuckers threaten the living dog shit out of a bitch.
Right. And see, real talk, she was not 15 and she did not live in Germany. I, for the sake of Consciouztv's channel and for YouTube policies, I don't want to say where she stayed, but I can for sure tell you she's 17 and she did not stay in Texas. So she had nothing to do with it. But the thing about it, and Voice of Reason, she did not have 10K before he started messaging her. She had got all that after the fact, after it was put out, because again, you have to understand that her account name was tagged in his video, in this story, and people took his story, pictures from his story, and put it up on the internet. So now her profile is private. And I think that's after 20K. She probably has more now, but the last time I checked the account, it was at 20K. So again, a lot of people are saying that she tried to milk the situation, or that she was trying to whatever. But again, this is a 17-year-old kid that wasn't aware of anything. And in the messages, he doesn't say explicitly what he's going to do. He just messages her out of nowhere. And this is why my question about should Instagram or different social media platforms have some way of being able to like provide users with an option to report. Like there should be a button to just go ahead and like report this guy if she wanted to, rather than having to go outside of this, because again, she feels like something's gonna happen.
Yeah, because this
You know what?
this is infrastructure that we are definitely going to need as these things happen, because I think because social media is new, obviously the creation of the internet was not thought out this far in. So we're having to build it and build the infrastructure and the safety mechanisms as the internet is evolving and people are weaponizing it in various fucking ways. Yeah, I absolutely agree that there should have been a direct link on that particular post or on those messages where she could have directly reported those comments. The same thing that you can do on Facebook or on YouTube. You can click on somebody's comment right now and report
exactly.
the comment.
Mm-hmm.
Like that. Yeah.
So I'm saying like, and somebody said I see that there's a flag, but I'm saying like, well, the same way you can long press on the message and hit reply or react to it or double tap and react to it, there should be some simple gesture to where you can do that same thing and report this straight to Instagram, and there has to be somebody that's monitoring these messages. I understand that.
Well, that's the issue too. Now is that a lot of these fucking networks don't even also have as much money as they make. They don't even have staff.
Yeah.
Like the appropriate staff to accommodate this level of reporting, because whatever staff they create because these social media networks are global. So they would have to have a massive infrastructure to deal with all of these specific issues within their network. But yeah,
so you
it doesn't happen because they have enough coin and wealth to do that.
But that's what I'm saying is like, so with all of that money and that they're grossing, they're not going to implement any security. They're going to forgo the security of the users for ease of access for them, for convenience for them. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I do see, of course, there are a lot of big companies and platforms that are going to do that. And if they can save $1 million here, $1 billion here, they're going to do that. And like you said, that level of security would.
Point. And if the public has to get to protesting and boycotting to apply motherfucking pressure to Google and to whomever else, that's what needs to happen, because our lives are at stake as a result of them not being able to have the infrastructure necessary. Right. Because they also have ample time to get ahead of these things, especially since these stupid ass criminals for dummies are dumb enough to inform social media of their intent and their plans prior to executing. So we should be holding Google and everyone else just as accountable for this shit.
Yeah. I think so. I think they have enough coin, and I think they have enough leverage to where they can employ at least a team of IT professionals who can in some sort of way put in some kind of infrastructure and some kind of system and the algorithm to filter out these things.
Yeah, because see, even with Deborah's comment, him posting guns should have been removed. When those type of comments are removed, they also should go into a specific database, maybe downloaded into police departments database and put on alert when there are threats that are not general, but specific. Like, I'm going to go shoot up a school. I'm about to go shoot those type of comments not only should be removed, but should be categorized and put into high alert and trickle down to a local police department who can go do a wellness check, who can go whatever the case may be. And to get people to stop playing in people's face, you could have made those comments unjust, but if the police have to come out to your house as a result of these comments being flagged, that should result in a misdemeanor charge, some type of a situation, something that adds weight to the fact that you cannot say and do these type of things without penalty.
You know what? To your point,
it be more than just you're banned from the site. Your profile is removed. There need to be real life consequences to add some conviction and substance behind this type of bad behavior on these nets. But yes, go ahead.
Well, I mean, honestly, because Conscious, you've experienced that to a degree, to a very fucking fiery degree, and
I have.
Would you say? Oh yeah,
He said I have.
But I'm saying, do you think that
I'm the police? So,
well, yeah,
I am the FBI.
When it comes to that, so these people that were receiving these messages, because this is not the let me actually go in chronological order from that day. This one is going to be kind of hard to make out, so I'm actually going to have to read this out to you guys. But let's do it in a chronological order for the messages. Okay, so this one I know is going to be extremely hard to make out, but I'll read it. This was I can't tell what platform because it's cropped in, but I believe, Conscious, you said earlier this was Facebook messages that he was sending to somebody. So the message reads, at the very first message, it says, I can't even see the time. The very first message says, I'm going to tell you right now, hold on. Next message, waiting for this bitch. Going to say in reference to his grandmother. Says, I'm going to do something to her right now, the next message. Next one, oh my God. She's on the phone with AT&T about my phone. It's annoying. The next message says, what? And then the next one after that, and this is within a 15-minute time span. I just shot my grandma on her head. I'm going to go shoot up an elementary school right now. And that was the last message he had sent there.
And this was done in the DMs?
Yes, this was a straight this is a DM to somebody. Yeah.
To who? Do we know this was to?
No, so this is what we don't know who the user was that he sent this to. Now the Instagram messages, like I said, were to that little girl, but again, out of sake for her, I don't want to put out her stuff. So yeah, so this is him messaging her, and so he says, hey, and this is day prior, I believe. So he says, hey, are you gonna repost my gun pics? And
so this is to the German girl, right? So the previous messages was not to the 15-year-old German girl.
No, this was to somebody else. And you know what? The 15-year-old German girl, that might be one of the girls that he was messaging. I just know that this profile specifically is a different girl. But there were different accounts that he was messaging, trying to get, I guess, his plan out to people.
Attraction.
Right. And his goal was to get it out, because I'm gonna tell y'all another thing that he did in a minute after we do the messages. So he's asking her if she's gonna repost his gun pictures. She replies with what? Which I think would be, well, I'm surprised that she even answered, because it seems like when you message somebody on Instagram that you don't follow back, don't the messages get filtered into your general?
Yeah. Like
so other. Right. So I'm thinking that unless she just was going and just checking, or maybe she got the notification, that's why I'm thinking that he replied to her story was to try to get his message to her so that way she could see. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have messaged him. So she says what?
Hold on. Ahmad, block Latoya's grand ass, drop her motherfucking ass off into the base in the bottom of the Mississippi motherfucking river. Get this motherfucking heathen out of my motherfucking chat. Drop her ass off. Helicopter, drop her motherfucking ass off into the bottom of the Red Sea. May she dwell and be where the sharks and the goldfish be. Drop her motherfucking ass off and grant her access to the bottom. Okay, go ahead. Nathan, I'm sorry.
I seen it coming.
I wasn't even paying attention to her. So yeah, the girl, so pretty much the girl is like, what do your guns have to do with me? What is this situation? And I'm only going through this because again, the conspiracy that she was involved or that she had participated or whatever it's just not true. She was even confused at the whole situation. So this is why I'm like trying to highlight this, but I'm also trying to emphasize that it's weird. It's weird to be, I guess, in contact with him. And I can't imagine how she feels after everything, but let's continue reading. So she's trying to ask why he wants her to repost his guns or whatever it is that he's sending to her. He says, I don't know, but be grateful that I tagged you. So right there, I think is when she was like, okay, what the fuck? Because this was screamed to me that somebody has an issue that has issues. I'm really big on mental health and mental illness, and I don't like to sit up here and try to speculate or diagnose anybody. But that to me, if you're sending me guns and you're asking me to repost them, and then when I'm like, what are you like, why? And you say, I don't know, but be grateful that I tagged you, red flags are going to immediately jump up. And this is where I'm coming from with you should be able to long tap and then report. And just like Conscious is saying, this goes straight to a police department, or this goes straight to some authority who can perform a wellness check and make sure that there's not something right. There's because at this point it's just like, what the fuck? And so she replies with, no, it's just scary. And like I said, at this point, I think this is when she was like, okay, this motherfucker is actually weird. Like some shit is weird about this guy. And but keep in mind, she's a kid. She's not, like she's some grown woman that she's just a girl on Instagram. So she's like, I barely know you, and you're tagging me in a picture with some guns. And then he says, I guess, and then she doesn't reply. So then he goes and messages her again. So again, this is not, I don't think she had anything to do with this at all. I just really think that he just randomly was coming across her profile and was like, okay, well, let me tag her, just like the girl in Germany or whoever else, that the person that he was messaging on Facebook, he just was messaging random accounts and trying to sensationalize what I guess he was about to do. And Conscious, I think that's
question how much of this is motivated by this need, and this is what I mean by mental health, particularly unique for this generation who's dealing with the phenomenon of the internet and having access to hyper visibility and hyper likability, hyper desirability by way of the internet. How much of this is about that? How much of these heinous acts are not only a part of the dysfunction that's going on in people's real lives, their real life trauma and insecurity and struggle and strife, but this need to also be somebody and to do something, even something wicked, with the sake of establishing a legacy, because we also saw something similar to that with the Buffalo shooter. Also,
everybody want to be a Martin Luther King or Malcolm X.
Everybody's going to be somebody to be seen now, period. Whether it's for better or for worse. Dr. King and Malcolm X were visible for all the right reasons. Now, motherfuckers are so desperate to be somebody that they would even be pedestaled up even for something completely inhumane. That's absolutely extreme.
The thing is, they are somebody. They somebody that need to sit their ass down.
Well, check this out. So with the Buffalo shooter, he was taking cues from other prior shootings, and one in 2019, the one in New Zealand. He had live streamed the his event and made, wrote a manifesto and everything like that. So he was taking cues from him, but also you don't do all that unless you're looking for some type of attention or and see, Conscious, this is where I think a lot of stuff that you've been dealing with lately, like all the personalities and everything that you've been having on your platform, do you see where I guess narcissism can come in and be extremely strong in that way, to like where even these mass shooters have such a narcissistic mind that they want to let people know what they're about to do, just like you said, even if it is a heinous,
Look at the
disgusting
infamous Facebook serial killer. Look at how that guy literally was live streaming his murders. Absolutely. I mean, unfortunately, because you don't have to have a license or a permit to utilize the internet, it means that everybody in the pot gets access to this resource. So everyone from Mother Teresa to the sickest and most deranged of people get access to this resource. And there's definitely a lot of sick, known mentally ill, untreated, severely mentally ill, and I'm talking about Jason Voorhees disturbed individuals, just like the same guy who also just a month ago, the whole New York subtrain situation, that guy was connected to the Umar Johnson sector of YouTube.
Right.
That guy had a whole channel that had a lot of radical language and themes to it, and these people are here in the same space with everybody else.
I was gonna ask you that. I was gonna ask you like, I kind of got my answer in a sense. I was gonna ask you like, do you guys think that this is like also like like you know how people talk about the Illuminati and stuff, like a cult, like do you think like it goes that deep, or do you think it's just like the language that gets spread? As in, like they have their own groups and I want to say like cults and stuff and like that type of stuff.
I think it's more individualism tied in with them wanting to be a part of something, and because they're probably already antisocial, they're probably already introverts, that they just sit online and read and watch videos and get influenced rather than actually having conversations. I can tell you for a fact that the Buffalo shooter had a heavy presence, and just like Deborah Mitchell was saying, on 4chan and on Reddit and other spaces like that, forum boards like that, to where he felt a sense of community speaking with people who are talking about ammo or reloading or guns or whatever. So it's not so much I think that they find a sense in like a cult-ish behavior as in like a physical cult, but I do think it's a cult in a way of like they all subscribe to kind of like the same ideals, even though the motivations may be different. And it's a cultish like behavior in the fact that, oh, this person committed this mass shooting, I'm going to look at them and be influenced by them, rather than them actually speaking with this person or even knowing who this person is as like an individual. They just see the actions and they want to, they infer or they try to decipher for themselves what this person stood for or how this person was. And so that brings upon the motivation. Because when you look at a lot of these people, they're not even just like the Fred, I forget his last name, but the New York shooting in the subway, he wasn't a person that was very popular or out there like that to where he's like speaking with a lot of people or meeting up with people. He was just somebody who was getting on to YouTube and ranting and I guess venting what he was what he internalized. And maybe these were suppressed thoughts that were coming out, and his ultimate blow up was the subway shooting. But I do really do feel like it's a cult, but like an energetic kind of cult, not like the physical sense of like a Charles Manson or whatever, like what we think traditionally as a cult.
I think that something else that's going to that's contributing to the exacerbation of, like, in tandem with the whole internet thing. The problem with the internet thing is that we are introduced to negative stimulation in disproportionate ways that are almost abnormal to the human psyche. We're not designed to absorb this level of negativity and this level of negative stimulation. To turn on the internet at any given time, to turn on the news at any given time, and to just see constant terrorism in all forms and fashions, whether it's a criminal justice system, whether it's police brutality, whether it's some mother beheading her child, whether it's some father who has massacred his entire family, whether it's a domestic terrorism attack, whether it's political upheaval, whether it's threats of nuclear war. It's like there's constant extreme threat and fear contributing to the anxiety of Americans, and then take people who already have a compromised mental state, people who are already compromised in their mental health, living in this information age where negativity is constantly cycled over and over and over and over 24 hours out of the day. You're going to get and produce people who are breaking down right before our eyes and trying to remedy the issue by just blowing up a fucking building or neutralizing the threat as they so see it and be it. One of the ills of this information age and the internet age is that we're the first generation to experience this phenomenon, so we don't have a reference for the negative or positive impact of social media, of the internet age. So we're working through this digital jungle as we are pioneering this thing. The worst of what social media can produce is going to be experienced by this generation of users first. We are going to be the punching bags and the white lab rats for the effects of social media, both positive and negative. So just as much good as social media is doing, it's also contributing to a catastrophe that's happening in our socialization, in our society, and globally. And it's sad that we are kind of like on some Christopher Columbus shit, but we're discovering literally a whole new world. Nobody literally exists in this world. We literally have discovered this new land. It's a digital land. It's a 3D land.
Right.
And yeah, we are the test dummies. Our society, our generation is the test dummy for this shit. And now we are seeing we're seeing the shadow aspect of what it means to have this technology, to have this innovative technology in the palm of our hands. We're now seeing the adverse reaction that all ain't glitter, that all that glitters ain't gold, honey. That it's a moldy, mildewy side of that coin. And this is that. These are the manifestations of that. Buffalo is a manifestation of that. And social media isn't creating the issue, it's just exacerbating it. This technology is just exacerbating the issue. So, of course, with exacerbation, you're going to get exaggeration. You're going to get an exaggeration of crime. You're going to get people taking it to the extreme and then some. And to live and witness this in real time, to witness the collapse and the negative side effects of social media in real time, it's a very jarring, polarizing thing to witness. And whether we have the right people in office to properly legislate social media, to properly deal with the uniqueness of this information age, yeah, that burden is on us to employ the right individuals and the right minds for the job. Having a bunch of 90-year-olds in office and a bunch of 70-year-olds in office, not sure how far that's going to get us, but this is a unique issue, unique to a particular generation. And that's why we're looking at these things as if there's nothing like it, because there really hasn't been anything like it prior.
You know what? And speaking to that point, Conscious, I was just looking at how the laws used to be, because I remember in Texas it wasn't always so easy to purchase a gun. Now, back in the day, let's say the late 90s, early 2000s, if you were going to go purchase a gun, there was a 5-day waiting period at first. So you go purchase the gun, you go through the background check, you have to wait 5 days because there was a law that was implemented to make you wait 5 days. And then I believe they got rid of the 5 days, and then went to 2 weeks. After you purchase the gun and go through a background check, you have to wait 2 weeks. And then they got rid of that and went to the NICS checks, to where it was instantaneous, basically the background check through the FBI and everything, to where you can now have the weapon as soon as you purchase it, and pretty much as soon as the background check clears. So that in itself, going from 1998, when the Brady handgun law was in act, up until now, there's been a lot of generational changes, a ton of generational changes. And in those generational changes, there's been a lot of changes in the needs and the requirements and everything for a gun. People in Texas used to roll around, or people around in the South, period, used to have shotgun racks in the back of their trucks. You don't see that anymore, because for what? You know what I mean? That's things change over time, and what hasn't necessarily changed a lot is how, just like you said, Conscious, a lot of these 70, 90-year-olds that are in these higher positions, the frame of mind doesn't change. The old thoughts and the old ways continue to be set when there are changes occurring. So there is a massive imbalance in that, and it's very disproportionate.
Yeah, for sure. So we dawning upon the 2-hour mark. I want you to get through your messages, and I also want you to show us like what you showed me with the pictures, some of the conspiracy. Well, I don't know if you was finished with that message, but
I'll get to the.
You were showing me about people saying that the guy was transgendered or etc. Can get into a little bit of that, and then I'm gonna drop the link as well for folks to come up and give their thoughts.
Let me
in the building, please thumbs up this video, thumbs up. We will be dropping the link and allowing you guys to join the discussion as well on what you guys think need to be done about gun reform, this whole connection that these sickos have to the internet, and how much of that you think is also contributing to this. Is the attention that they're going to finally get behind it. I just can't imagine that people are this desperate for attention, that they have so been emotionally malnourished that people don't mind this gravity of negative attention. I don't mind the FBI busting up in my home and arresting me for murdering a bunch of damn people, unaliving a bunch of damn people. Like, the fact that people are that emotionally depleted, because this is the extreme of like bad behaving. Like, we always talk about the psychology of like kids who don't get enough attention at home do a bunch of fucked up shit to get the attention of their parents. They don't care if it's negative. So even when the parent is going to the school, you know, to reprimand the child and for failing grades and for being disruptive, that at the end of the day, that child is after one thing and one thing only: fucking attention. But the fact that we got parents who ain't even parenting.
iPad generation.
Yeah, the iPad generation. And then we got kids who are not being properly parented because their own parents are damn near 21 and 16 years of age. They damn selves in the mind. And then you get them being raised in fucked up ass situations and a bunch of dysfunction and poverty. So they're going to school being picked on, being looked at as the weird kid, probably being dragged and roasted for their clothes and all type of shit. You get the development of mental fucking illness.
Mm.
You get a starvation for acceptance. You start to starve for these things.
Mm.
Starving for the need to be complimented. Starving for the need to just be looked at and seen and fucking acknowledged. And this is an extreme way of seeking attention, but people are taking more extreme routes for attention.
Exactly.
Look at the development of the world star hip hop movement, founded upon sensationalizing myself off of being violent. Sensationalizing myself off of hurting someone else.
That's a damn good one to point out.
Happening in our culture. This shit is real.
Mm.
But go ahead.
That world star shit for a minute was insane. Like, people just doing anything and yelling world star in hopes of going viral. That's not too much different from this. And see, conscious, like you were just saying earlier, to your point, social media exacerbates, I think, those narcissistic traits and
that
those characteristics,
and those abandonment issues. It triggers up all of those underlying issues.
Because if you deal with any of these triggers, as soon as you come across something, because it's bound to happen, especially on social media, you're bound to come across something that's gonna either trigger something or going to influence you. And I'm talking about kids, or I'm talking about somebody who's influential or impressionable is the word I'm looking for. And that's why I say 18 years old, you're still very much impressionable. It's rare that I meet an 18-year-old who's set in who they are and who they're going to be as a person throughout life, especially at 18. It's difficult that you even meet somebody at 50 years old who knows who they are a lot of times, much less 18 years old. So when I speak of a kid or coming from that stance of not being mature, I mean, you're still very much impressionable. So just like people are highlighting, and just like we were saying, 4chan, Reddit, Kiwi Farms, these different forum boards, a lot of these kids will lock themselves in a room or, you know, whatever, and be on the computer or be on the iPad surfing through Lord knows what, because that's what they do when they get bored, and that's the only thing they know to do. They don't know to go outside and go socialize or go outside and go throw a football, whatever.
They their own families online. They're creating their own, like they're finding their own groups, finding their own space. They're getting in where they're where they're going to fit in at.
Online.
Yeah, and they're being exploited and taken advantage of.
Right.
In these dark
they are
on the web.
And that's the most fucked up thing.
They got issues. They're desperate, just like young gang members are. What do I need to do to get into this club?
To belong.
And they're willing to do God knows what to do that. That's why I just don't believe that the internet should be licensed. I think that this shit literally should be for 18 years of age and over. I think that this shit is too wild. It's too vast. It's filled with way too many problematic possibilities, especially for a developing mind. And parents should not be able to scoop the internet in front of their children just because they don't feel like actually teaching them ABCs or spending any real substantive time with them. Y'all are putting y'all children in position to be to grow up as fucking psychopaths, and then somebody like me will have to put a bow and arrow to the back of their motherfucking neck when they think they're gonna go cuckoo for fucking Cocoa Puffs. You're gonna raise a fucking psychopath, and then my child, who I'm gonna raise to put a blowtorch to your fucking psychopathic ass, maniacal, homicidal ass adult child, is where it's gonna be at. And then you're gonna be burying little Bobby and having a closed casket funeral as a result.
Let me ask you this, Conscious, in the same vein. Do you believe that, because just like that stance that you're saying, there are a lot of parents who have taken that stance. Do you think that a lot of those parents may have overdone it in a sense to where violence now it's got to be escalated to where somebody has to perish? Like, there is no, okay, well, I'm going to beat you up or we're going to beat each other up or whatever. It's straight up just going to be like, okay, I'm going to have to take your life because you might take mine. And kids are going to have to be under that same thought as they're growing up, because a lot of people, the situations now in this generation, they're looking like you might go to school and die one day.
Oh, speaking,
it's becoming the reality.
Hold, I thought I want you to get through this stuff first, because I'm gonna speak that. I got something directly to what you just said.
Okay, cool.
That
oh yeah, okay, so
yes.
Let me read this last one, and then so we can get through, because we have a lot more to talk about other than the message. So, this is him before 9 a.m. messaging this girl. So, this is leading up to this day. So, I believe around 11 a.m. is when he had shot his grandma, and everything I went on from there. At 9, this is actually 5 in the morning that he's messaging. 7 in the morning, I'm sorry, that he's messaging her. So he says, I got a little secret I want to tell you. She replies with, I might be taking a nap because I'm really sick, but if I'm awake, I will. He says bet, she says bet. At 9:16 a.m., he says, I'm a air out. At 1 o'clock, she responds back with what? And she tries to get a response from him, but no response from there. Now, for boomers or people that don't know, people won't say I'm gonna air out. They usually say I'm gonna air it out. I'm gonna air out this whatever. I'm gonna air this bitch out is what the vernacular would be in terms of like rap culture or whatever. But that essentially means I'm gonna go and empty my clip into wherever the fuck this usually this building, this club, this house, whatever.
I'm gonna clear it.
I'm gonna clear it out. That's what I'm gonna air it out. You might as well say I'm gonna clear out this space via bullets, via ammunition. So he says I'm gonna air it out, and she's like, what does that mean? Keep in mind, this is a mayonnaise girl from that's a kid. She's not, and the reason why I highlighted emo and goth is because she doesn't know what that means. Now, if this was Black Twitter or something like that, and somebody had DM'd a Black woman saying, hey, I'm gonna go air this place out, or I'm gonna go air it out, I'm sure at that point it would raise a flag. Mm-hmm. But yeah, just like Jessica was saying, they don't know that lingo, so I think that's why that wasn't necessarily reported. And who knows how many other accounts that he had messaged. This may have been a copy paste thing to where he was just sending these to a mass amount of accounts and just seeing who was going to respond. And unfortunately, she has to live with communicating with this serial killer pretty much at this point. And I can't imagine.
But she did eventually report, from what I heard.
Yeah, she reported to the FBI, and this was after she had kind of like, I think, had went public with it at first and said, hey, like she posted on her story and was like, I don't know what happened. I don't know why this guy was messaging me. I don't know him. I'm not from Texas, and really tried to separate herself. Now, there was another situation to where he was in the kid had called it a post chat. Okay, so this is a lobby, a virtual lobby that gamers or spectators of the game go to to speak and convene, or just kind of like a Discord, I guess you could say.
Mhm.
Now, when they're in this post chat, like I said, this is after a video game session that they had, or after a game, and Salvador Ramos was in that game and ended up losing, was on the losing side of it, or whatever game it was, and had posted in the post chat that he was pissed off and that he was going to go and shoot up a school the next day. This is the night prior. So the kid is like posting this on Reddit on a thread, like, well, I don't know what to do because it really seems like he was out of whack and I don't know what's going to transpire. But he put in this really weird threat in the Discord or in the chat. And people were saying, you know, what he should do and how he should report and everything like that. And come to find out, that happened to be the shooter who's going to the elementary school the next day. And so again, he targeted kids. He targeted people that he knew were naive and not going to be quick to the fact of reporting him. So the fact that he like was still, well, I get like Conscious I read earlier, he had dropped out from school, but he was 18 years old, but he was still very much in tune and in the spaces, the same spaces as kids or as adolescents. And
even keep that in mind, knockout, that he decides to drop out of school but go shoot up a bunch of kids who completed their school year. He gets berated and beat down verbally by his grandmother for dropping out, and then goes and takes out his incompetence and his choice on these children.
I'll give you one even better. The children. Think about the children. Why children? Well, he had a fucked up childhood, obviously. Was he abandoned? Was he neglected? Did he have educational? Right. And so he feels like these kids, obviously all of them are loved, all of them. And we got to think, Uvalde, Texas is an extremely tight-knit small town. This is not we're not talking about a Houston or a Dallas or a big metropolitan area. We're talking about a very like old-timey small town, to where most likely everybody knows each other, or at least most people know each other. I would go as far as to venture and say that because of the Hispanic culture that's there, a lot of it was probably family that were around each other. So when you're essentially like the black sheep or the outcast, and he felt like that because, again, going back to the grandma chastising him for not graduating or not taking care of his shit, and you know, being something successful, even somebody who's gonna even get a high school diploma, you know, and he took that and that was his trigger, you know.
Yeah. Ebony says that I read a post that said he was bullied in grade school by kids for being poor with no clothes. So this was Mad Day. This was Mad Day. This altercation with grandma was the straw that broke the camel's back. He was sick of it, and he decided to avenge himself by taking it out on where his trauma first began, which was in grade school, young people. Now, there was, and please have enough intelligence in the comment section to know the difference between an excuse and an explanation. When we are assessing people's psychology and the context for why they make the choice they make, no matter what that choice is, that's exactly what that is, a psychological evaluation. That's not necessarily a excuse. It's an explanation, because people don't do shit for no reason. There's context for why people make all of the decisions that they make, including the most fucked up of choices. Now, yes, explain this controversy, and then I want to answer your previous question about kids growing up in this era and having to think about things like mass shootings, etc.
Gotcha. All right. So this is not me. This is not me saying this. This is not me coming up with this theory. There have been conspiracy theories, and just like with every mass shooting, there's going to be a group of people. But the the speculation, the rumors that are going around is that he was a cross-dresser, that he was possibly part of the LGBTQ community. There have been people saying that he was trans. I mean, I don't know how substantial it is, but supposedly this is a picture of him cross-dressing.
But how do you know that this is not like a Halloween picture? That this is not cosplay? That this is not? Because there's a lot of other explanations. He doesn't seem to have lived as a trans person, so I highly doubt.
And plus, on top of that, like who's to say this is not like an initiation to get inside of a group? Because I was in band and we had a lot of initiations to get inside groups. So in high school. So
Reckless, do you think it would be this far? Like take a picture of you in a
like there are niggas in fraternity. There are frat dudes who get fucked in their ass and get anal plunged by pool sticks and shit to get into sororities. I mean, to get into fraternities. So I've heard of gang members having to suck other gang members' dicks to get initiated into gangs. I mean, the hazing process is extreme. Some hazing process includes you taking the life of your first person. Like, I mean, to actually take a life.
Yeah. So I was gonna say for my school or whatever. For my school or whatever, the whole thing is like we had our processes of doing. So I know that that could be a possibility. On homecoming, you do that. Homecoming, you gotta do something.
That's not him. The person has been identified.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, this is I'm gonna bring up another picture. That's probably what. Okay, so this person
dressed like fucking Annabelle.
This is the person that was identified and apparently tried to spread the pictures for like selfish reasons.
Clout chasing purposes.
Yeah.
In fact, this is what I'm talking about. People are sick. This internet shit got people losing their fucking mind. So you're telling me that the person you just showed us, this is the person that they intentionally circulated their own images under the conspiracy that this was this psychopath, all for the second, like literally Cardi B and Offset. Niggas will do anything for fucking. This shit is nuts.
Right, and that was the photo that I was telling you on the phone that I was like, that doesn't look like that would even resemble the shooter, you know what I mean? So I was like, that's why I was like deeming that picture out. But then, you know, that's the one that's been circulating around. But yeah, according to NBC News, the trans woman photo used to spread baseless online theory about Texas shooter. This actually the rumor began on 4chan. And
yeah. Is this the entire article or is this?
This is it. So it says Sam, who is a transgender woman who lives in Georgia, said that on Tuesday, Reddit users started commenting on a photo of her that she had shared on her platform 3 months ago. They told her the photo was being shared on 4chan, a website with little moderation, and people were saying that it showed the shooter who killed 19 children and 2 adults at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas on Tuesday. So this is the picture that I was just showing, you know, just a second ago. But 20 years old, told NBC that other photos were taken from her personal Instagram page and that she's faced harassment and threats as the image has spread. This isn't the first time I was harassed, but it is the first time I've been accused of murder. So if you've been harassed before...
Oh, so she didn't do this. Someone else took her picture and circulated them.
4chan had took the pictures and started the rumor, and that's how it started. But
So that's
Sam
clear.
has said that this has happened before, basically.
Okay, so I just want to be clear though. She didn't
start.
Like,
Yeah, she didn't
she
start.
ain't cloud chase. It's just that somebody else trying to create a narrative took her images and spun it into this situation with old boy.
Right.
Got it.
And it's saying that it's saying that there are images of at least 2 other transgender women to spread the baseless theory that the shooter was transgender.
People do the fucking most.
So again, this was conspiracy theories, and I think the other one was it was some other shit, but yeah, some theories, like, you gotta really look at the logic behind them and why. So this is my question to you and Reckless. Do you think that that's part of an agenda to try to make the LGBTQ community look like there's?
That's exactly the first thought that came to my mind. Was somebody was waiting, honey, to pour salt on the community.
That's crazy.
By making it seem like this serial killer was a trans or LGBT person, which I don't know if anybody got the memo, but evil and wickedness doesn't belong to any particular group, creed, religion, background. So bad people can come out of any group. Doesn't matter what the racial group is, the orientation group is, the gender is, all groups. Every human being, every man, every woman, every living thing is capable and has the capacity for wrongdoing and evil. But yes, this definitely seemed like it had an agenda behind it. That somebody was looking to make the trans community look horrific at a time where they're already struggling to be understood to begin with.
So see, that's just showing you how disgusting the world is, and how quick people are to use a tragedy, to use a mass shooting of children to try to influence or try to push their agendas. And that's why, you know, it's important. I think it's important that as media or as anybody that's reporting on anything to have some kind of integrity, you know what I mean? And some type of like some type of something, you know, in you to where you're not just spewing anything out and trying to make a narrative, you know, because that's what I thought of when I had first seen that, because I was like, none of these pictures look like him. And then on top of that, like, why would that be the first thing that you jump to, is that he had a problem with his sexuality, or that he was questioning, you know, himself in general? And it's like, that's crazy to me.
Exactly. No, Monica, it's no excuse for any sick ass, weirdo ass motherfucker to be killing people senselessly. There's damn sure not any reason why anybody should be taking the lives of children. So no, I don't think that that's what the trans community, and it damn sure ain't what the LGBT community need to be doing. I'm not in the motherfucking business of hurting and harming innocent ass people, and I damn sure ain't in the business of jumping to false equivalencies and extremities of thinking that just because somebody is calling you out your motherfucking name, that you should take the right to blow their fucking head off. Or you should you have the right to go postal and go fucking Columbine. And this is what I'm talking about the need for fucking mental health. Mental health is something that Americans need deeply. Deep psychotherapy is what Americans motherfucking need.
Oh Lord.
People got the game fucked up if they think that there is space for this type of shit in the world. Ridiculous. Out of order. Beyond. Now, to your question earlier, Knockout, I was on Instagram earlier, and let me tell you how this gun control issue is so fucking it's so undealt with. There's so not any infrastructure for this shit. There's so not any real systems resurrected regarding prevention of this shit. That, do you know what the drills are now for our children? in case of a mass school shooting. Do you know what some of the drills are around the country? And Miss Monica, I'm going to drop the link, but you definitely not going to come up here and spew none of that shit. I would drop your ass off. I'm not with the bullshit and not with the fuck shit today. Don't come up here spreading that irrational shit. You're not going to come up here talking about shooting kids, blowing kids' head off, or none of that. So when the link is dropped, respect the parameters, Miss Mamas.
Girl, what
we're going to have a real conversation, and I don't have time for none of that exaggerative emotionality.
It's too sensitive.
It's already bad enough that one motherfucker couldn't contain his ego. And he wouldn't did what the fuck he did. So it ain't going to be no mixing the words and no mixing the messages here. We're going to be very clear about right and wrong. But the link will be dropped. And y'all ready, set, go. Because y'all going to fill this chat up pretty fucking quick. So if you want to hit the link, you better be first in line and be the first to click when it's dropped. But do you know what the drills are now? Knockout and reckless.
Yes.
Hold on. You ain't got to answer. It was a rhetorical question.
Oh.
Let me tell you, because there's no infrastructure, child, for what to do about mass school shootings. Let me tell you what one person reported. Mike Lasagna from Twitter says that during active shooter drills at my wife's school, kindergartners closest to the classroom door are taught to throw things in the air and wave their arms. And this is done to buy time for their classmates to escape. Instead of gun control, they are taught to sacrifice themselves.
Oh, wow.
For the sake of their other class.
That's crazy.
Wow.
Kindergartners.
Look, some of this shit literally took my breath away. It took my breath away to think that this is how vulnerable and this is how little protection there is and how little is being done about this issue, that they are having to teach elementary students, kindergartners, to pretty much be sacrificial lambs for the sake of the majority being able to escape gunfire. Let me tell you what another Twitter user said.
Oh my God.
Soda Pop Curtis said that as a preschool teacher, I was taught to separate my students into different groups in my room. So one group might be shot and another group might make it. And we're talking about preschoolers. This is what some of the drills are as it relates to mass school. When I tell you, y'all, I thought my heart stopped beating. This woman was taught to divide her class up into the sacrifice group and the unsacrificed group. If a mass shooter was to enter into the fucking classroom. Y'all, this is the wildest shit I have ever. I mean, this floors my being.
You know what's crazy? The crazy thing about this, after I seen both of those two pictures that you literally put up, it reminded me of a picture where you see like preschoolers, kindergartners, they're all sitting at a table. But however, it's like all the white kids are like at a different table and all the black kids are like by the door sitting by themselves and eating. Like, that's crazy.
And guess what? Some schools don't even have a drill plan at all. There's no plan at all. And we're not even talking about high schoolers. We're talking about...
And you know what? To that point, somebody said in California, I think it was, that the high schools and middle schools have security, or they have like the police roaming around the campus, but you don't have that in elementary schools. And it's like, why would the elementary schools be the least protected or absolutely not protected at some points? And it's like that shit is crazy.
Yo, I am literally speechless. I have never been speechless in my life. I mean, speechless.
Here,
To be
Conscious,
completely honest, they need to they need to add more security to these campuses, because it makes no damn sense how the same people that make the prisons are the same people that built the schools, but yet you forgot to have the guards as well, being able to have access. So we're gonna need some more security on these campuses.
oops. Let me share this one
Crazy.
instead, Conscious, so that way it's not the picture is not too bad. Well, Reckless, have you heard of Manatee School for the Arts in Palmetto? So this school, they actually employed a combat veteran who carries around a assault rifle and a handgun with 2 or 3 clips on them to protect these kids. So his name is Harold Verdesia. He was an infantryman in the U.S. Army. So what MLS is that? 11 Bravo or something like that.
I think so.
So he was 11. He was 11B in the Army, and he's had tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. He's been shot at and he's fired back. Now he patrols the Manatee School for Arts, and he says that he has one job, and that's to stop an active shooter. Why can't every school employ this?
Why can't we just get bulletproof everything?
Well, why would we have to bulletproof our kids? That's the most urgent thing. That's the worst thing I think to even think of is like, why should kids have to? Why is this even a discussion? And why would a kid have to walk into school and see somebody standing there with a assault rifle ready to protect their life? You know what I mean? Like, if it's me, I don't want to see that when I'm coming into school. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I'm gonna be honest with you. For me personally, I'm kind of to the point to where, yes, we can talk about the why are we doing this, but however, this is the situation that we're in, the current times that we're in. What are the solutions at this point?
So Knockout was talking about like one of the like when you say solutions, like do you mean in terms of a shooter coming into a school?
Yes.
So this is something that and I would love to get you guys and the rest of the panel's thoughts on this too. So before we had this talk, me and Knockout was on the phone, and he asked me like what do I think a solution could be, because he asked me how did I feel about teachers having access to guns. And I said that at first I said no, but then I thought about it, and I was like, well, I think, you know, there definitely is a way for that to be in place, but there's definitely going to be an argument over funding, because they're taking money out of the school system right now. They're not pouring money into it. They're taking money from it. But I think that's something that could happen that I think is reasonable, especially in an era where there are mass school shootings like each year all over the place, crazy being quantified, is I think that teachers obviously would have to not only get certified in their particular field, but they also would have to know how to carry, shoot, be trained for that as well, and that each classroom can be equipped with a gun that's kept in a lock, and this lock is only accessible when the school tricks off a particular alarm that sounds off there being a mass shooter in the building. So when this particular alarm is triggered in the building, it can make that vote accessible to the teacher. This way, throughout the regular school year, on any other given day, this vote is not accessible. This is not a gun that the teacher has access to So
or students.
they can't just pull it out and use it flippantly or etc. But there's a vote in each classroom, and when this particular alarm is triggered off, every vote in each classroom becomes accessible to the teacher in that classroom, and that teacher can use that gun to protect his or herself and their kids.
Mm-hmm.
Most teachers would be willing to do that because most of them are already in the profession out of love for children and teaching to begin with, and would do anything to protect their kids. So I think that's something reasonable. But like I said, I already know that they're going to make an argument over funding. Our country no longer is even paying teachers accordingly, yet alone having them be something in the likeness of a military or police officer at that, and then having to actually weaponize each school in each district and supply each classroom with his own fucking weapon. I know the government is not going to fucking have it, but if so, there can be a place for a gun in the classroom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I'll let you guys sound off on that. What you guys think are the solution, and then allow the panelists to chime in on this discussion as well.
Okay. Reckless, you go after me because you actually have, some experience with the military stuff. But I firmly believe that can be a very feasible plan. And I mean, if they can't implement a firearm in the classroom that is absolutely secured until the point of the active shooter alarm being pressed, and therefore the vault being unlocked, and even with that, if we can have a button to unlock the vault or to sound off the alarm, there should be one to lock the doors immediately, and so on. Now, going with that is the argument of people saying, okay, well, should a teacher be expected to take a life or sacrifice and put their life on the line in order to protect these kids? And I think as a teacher, that might be something that definitely has to be considered before you essentially call yourself wanting to be a teacher, is the potential of one day active shooting happening and you having to defend and protect your life and these kids' life.
I'm gonna tell you something, a knockout. This is something that don't just affect schools. Every American at this point need to get very comfortable with defending themselves and their families, because it's not just the children who are unsafe. They're shooting up fucking churches. They're shooting up fucking malls. They just had a shooting in South Carolina at a fucking mall in South Carolina. And it was the white people's mall. It was the mayonnaise folk mall. It was the mall on the good side of town. And there was a whole shootout that started in the mall, then out to the parking lot, etc. Motherfuckers are not safe nowhere. So every American at this point, no matter what your occupation, what your field is, it's time to get comfortable with the idea of pulling the motherfucking trigger if you have to, if you need to. These motherfuckers are mass shooting at concerts, in theaters,
grocery stores,
club. I mean, at this point, this is a societal issue.
Right.
This is a us issue. And how far are we willing to go to ensure our own personal safety and the safety of our loved ones is now the question.
But see, just like Jessica had pointed out, and that's actually a statistic by NPR that I saw, there have been 198 mass shootings so far in 2022. And a lot of them have not been reported on in mainstream news, but I can assure you for a fact, May, March, and I would say, well, any of these prior months have been deadly. And it's like, it's not just a mental health issue. There are way too many guns on the street, and there are way too many guns that can be accessed easily. Just like I was saying earlier, there are 15, 16-year-olds who are going and checking door handles on cars to see if there is a gun inside that they can take and steal. I mean, that's the reality of it all. So with that being said, there are too many guns on the street. There are too many careless gun owners and irresponsible gun owners, and that's an issue. So gun control definitely needs to be addressed. But I'm good. Go ahead, Reckless.
I was kind of liking Conscious idea, but however, as well, because I know some people were saying like, you know, they don't want teachers having armed because whether the teacher mistakenly, you know.
Okay, so that's hold on. Before you say that, that's exactly why in my hypothetical, this is in a vault that's only accessible when the school tricks off the alarm that a mass shooter is in the building. This vault, under normal circumstances, is not open. The teacher cannot access it at will. He or her can't just go up to the vault, grab the gun, use the gun, hold the gun. The students don't have access to the gun. This vault only is open.
What the hell? When
this particular alarm is triggered. So I want people to keep that in mind before they get their ass up here talking about, I don't want teachers to have guns. I want anybody who got my motherfucking children to have a gun. Whether that's the babysitter, whether that's the motherfucking teacher, whether that's grandma, grandpa, any motherfucking body who got my kids for almost 8 hours out of a motherfucking day. Certainly, I'm willing to consider giving them some means to protect my fucking baby. Now, if that means that teachers need to also be psychologically evaluated once or twice a year, or whatever the case may be, to provide more whatever, we add to Knockout Media's point, a higher pay grade for teachers, which that's going to be a fight all by itself. Because like I said,
they don't want to pay
they're taking money out of the school system. They're taking fundings from programs. The school is suffering. Teachers are already underpaid, so there's already a huge fucking breakdown in that market all by itself. If there are trolls in the chat, I have moderators who should be moderating and subduing that. I can't. I'm one person. I refuse to do it all. On my own. So mods, if there's any mods in the comment section, whatever's happening, moderate please. If anybody is there, is anybody? Are there any moderators in the chat?
I can't even see. I can't see the wrenches on StreamYard.
Okay, well, go ahead, Reckless. I'll take care of it as you guys are following suit.
But I was gonna say I really do like his idea. What I was gonna say as well is that I think that being able to implement certain things, as in, you know, if you don't want weapons or add these things in addition to the weapons also being present. So bulletproof glasses, some more metal detectors being, some more procedures as in when going inside the schools. And I understand, and I completely understand the whole, the reality that we have to face now, as in why, we've gotten to this point to where we have to just about have students come in damn near like prisoners, stripped down if that beeper goes off. But however, I'm kind of to the point is we already know we already know what the situation is. What's the answer? So that's kind of where I am with it. Whatever it takes at this point. That's how I feel about it.
Panel starting with in chronological order. Jessica, welcome to the panel, love. Good afternoon. Thoughts on this tragedy here?
Oh, hey, Conscious. Hey, Reckless. Hey, Logic. Hey, everybody. So I guess I want to just start off with this, like, because I'm 30. So back when we were going on in elementary school, our bullying was about shoes, hair. I mean, if you was bald head or short, or some of your clothes, your K-Swiss that your grandma bought you, and we couldn't have our.
Okay, hold on for a minute, Jessica. Hold on for a minute, Jessica. Okay. Logic. There is a racist. There's a racist group that is sounding off in the chat, spamming the chat. So while you are on mute,
I'm doing it right now.
locking these hoes out?
Conscious,
I'm doing it right now.
if you wanna give me one for the time being, I can get you because
yeah,
they're coming pretty
I'm about to
fast.
mod you up as well because they are like literally warring off.
Yeah, that's crazy. I wonder who that is. That's wild.
It's like multiple people.
Yeah,
well, I'm saying like it must be like an
planning.
actual group.
Yeah, like this is a planned attack because they're coming in by the bundles. But go ahead, Jessica.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So, but yeah, like I said, like I'm 30. My grandmother did not, my desktop sat in the living room. This big old HP computer sat in the living room. There were no closed doors or any of that. Like you had to do things out in the public. And I guess with it being babies having babies or just babies abandoning their kids and now the grandparents have them, they barely know how to use the new phones. So they're kind of behind with what things are going on with. And with him, it's kind of like it just all of these mass shootings with these kids, bullying has to stop. Their bullying is different. Their bullying is totally different from what we're going through. It's about what iPhone you have or what case is on it, what laptop you have, what tablet you have. And we also have kids watching a tablet, watching other kids watch a tablet, watch them play outside. Like we got a chance to run around, play tag. Even if you couldn't go past the end of the stop sign, we were still outside. All of these kids, their necks are bent down, looking at different incel groups, just like from the state that I'm in. That's where the Slender Man case happened. It was two loner children who decided to go after their cheerleader old friend because of her popular status, and they stabbed her in the woods to death. And if that cyclist hadn't have been rolling through there one morning, she would have died. That is insane. And they let those girls out on mental. No, they planned to kill her. They sat on forms, looked at their tablets all day and night, watching this thing about some shadow creature. It's too much. Like it's literally too much. And it's getting bad. Kids don't know how to play with other kids anymore. That's the problem. And they're on social media looking at all different types of stuff. And what a lot of people don't know is that incel group that started in Canada in the early 2000s by a woman that created it so other people could, all people of men and women, no matter what you identify as, to talk about being like mentally ill or socially awkward and stuff. And then after that, that's when the male incels, those men that like to sit behind a computer because they don't know how to talk to women or be out in the world and move around in the world and navigate, they started to turn it into going their own way and stuff like that. Like this is definitely a problem and it needs to go down. It's definitely a problem. Like what happened to if you get bullied, we fighting after school. Now we going to get guns? What happened to that? What happened to meet me on the playground behind the swing? Like, okay, you talking about my K-Swiss that my grandma bought me? Yep, she bought me the white ones and the black ones, $20 a piece, and we gonna box it out. Now we're shooting. This is ridiculous. Like I'm checking phones, I'm checking apps when my daughter grow up, and these kids think that they slick because there are apps out there now that look like games, but they're secret like forums and stuff.
Well, see, that's what I was gonna ask you as a mother. Do you would you subscribe to like parental controls on the computers and on the phone? Like, because there is a way to intercept like text messages on the from the phone company, from AT&T or T-Mobile or whatever. So like, do you see yourself doing that? Or do you feel like that's too overbearing?
She's one right now, but I'm pretty sure when by the time she's like gets a phone and maybe like 15, 16, because I didn't get my first cell phone until I was 16 and I had to pay for that out of my allowance. I'm pretty sure by then Apple or whatever big company is going to be next, we'll be able to go through and see live what they're looking at. And that's going to be great because it's like, if you're being like bullying nowadays doesn't just stay at the school how it stay with us. Like, oh, I'll see you at 8 o'clock in the morning and then you can talk that there. But now it follows them home and these babies are hanging themselves in their closets. They're cutting their wrist. It's like just like that show called 13 Reasons Why, like that. Even though the depictions, the skin color that they used, a lot of it, that stuff is still happening in the Black community though, but worse. Like they used a lot of lighter tone people to discuss those issues, but this happening tenfold in our community, like really bad. I'm going
I
through
want to also
everything.
ask you this question, Jessica, and to the rest of the chat as well. I'm not even opposed as to hell with the cell phones. So why we just can't, just because the internet and iPhones and smartphones and laptops and the Wi-Fi is trendy and something that we have access to, we also can take our kids back to a house phone and to a cordless phone. Kids don't actually have to have access to the internet outside maybe of what the curriculum entails and whatever school they attend. But I don't know why parents feel like they have to also modernize their children in this way when they don't have to. Like, you don't have to introduce your children to the internet. You don't have to give them access to the internet. Like, you can wait until they're 16, 17 years old or 15 or whenever you feel they're responsible and old enough to govern them accordingly, etc. But it seems like a lot of parents have forgotten that they have that right. Like, yeah, your child might have a big ass attitude not having a cell phone when everybody they go to school with has one, but if that's the way you feel the need to parent your household and protect your child's mind at this point, because it's difficult to censor the internet, even with censor apps, even with censor capability, parental capability and advisory and all of this shit. You still have the option to turn your fucking children into little Amish people.
Yeah, what happened to old-fashioned book reports? Going to the library, scanning your library card, and getting the book that you need to research on Zimbabwe. Like, I didn't have that option. I had to go to the library that was a couple of blocks away and get every book that I needed to do that book report by hand. Now it's like on the computer. It's in it, and you look at different websites and then they have all those like ads on the side that just will lead them into clicking other pages, and it's just too much. Like, I don't know what it's gonna take, but also too with the part about having security in the school. Where I live in an urban area, that would kind of disrupt the pipeline to prison system. When down where I live in Wisconsin, the more security guards in the school, it seems to disrupt them, because now it's looking like you fight in the school, they're arresting you as if you're over 18, and they're just setting it up and getting ready to put you in a jail cell instead of having a positive reinforcement. So the pipeline to prison is real here in Wisconsin, but having an armed guard like the ex-military person that you brought up in that article, Conscious, will work. But I think in certain cases it's gonna backfire though.
Okay. Well, those are good talking points. Everybody, I'm doing one thing at a time in this chat. I already done dropped the link. I told y'all to hit the shit quick. So I'm having to block these fucking trailer park trash folk out of my chat. I'm gonna move at my own pace for the sake of my own mental fucking health. So just get it how the fuck you live in the stream. Sydney, you're next on the docket, boo. Welcome to the platform and thoughts.
Hey, you guys. How you guys doing? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, love.
Okay, perfect. Good evening, Conscious. You look gorgeous tonight. I'm just saying.
You.
Yes.
I feel very triggered up. It's like a lot.
I know. And I'm trying to calm you down. but hello, Reckless. Hello, Knockout. Hello, panel.
Hey.
I just want to comment on like 2 points. So first point, kind of to piggyback off of Jessica. I'm 32, so we're kind of like in the same age range. So my first cell phone was that little Nokia block phone that had the little snake, and you had to pay for the internet. So and the most that you had was your desktop at home. And my parents, you wasn't getting on no Black Planet. I'm checking what you doing. I'm on your MySpace. So now it's not even the bullying is not just leaving the school anymore. It's literally at home. So they're teasing and it's the trolling. So a lot of these kids now don't know how to function their normal emotions. So that's one thing I would like to say. Another thing, I'm from Texas, so I live in Dallas. So I literally driving home and there's literally a gun show every weekend. So and now Texas is a open carry state now. So before, you used to have your concealed gun license, which I had. Whenever I moved out on my own, my father, he was like, look, I'm going to take you get your gun license. We're going to get you a gun. I'm going to show you how to shoot it so you can protect yourself. But now they have it that literally in the last 6 months since that law has been dropped in September, it's been a little bit longer than 6 months, I've seen plenty just guns galore. So Texas is one of those states that buying a gun is very easy. It's extremely easy. Another thing, a lot of times they go through these private sectors, so the gun may not be registered under them. So a lot of times getting access to these guns are very easy, especially with who the shooter was, being in the Hispanic community. It may have been easier for him to get different illegal firearms.
True.
It's very, knockout. You can kind of attest to it being in Texas. It's very common. it's a very common thing. So at this point, a lot of times trying to have gun reform, especially here in Texas,
it's not about guns.
Monica, one at a time. Sydney, go ahead.
I'm almost done. It's not good. I promise. But it's having gun reform here in Texas. It's not gonna happen. You already seen how it was with the Carisha, how these Mayo people damn near lost their mind when they businesses shut down. You try to take their guns away. Oh.
And Sydney, can you speak to the point of being a woman who has her CHL, CCW license to carry, however you want to say it. Do you feel that now more than ever you need to carry because of the, and I can imagine in Dallas, because I know what you're saying, like here in Houston, if I go down to Family Dollar, it's a guarantee that the 10 guys that I'm going to pass, that I know I'm going to pass 10 at the gas station, have Glocks with 30-round clips hanging out, just walking around with them because they can now. And I mean, it was happening before, you know what I mean? Like, people were carrying their guns concealed without their license to carry before. But now, because of the climate and because of the situation, do you feel as a Black woman, you now have to protect yourself more than ever?
Yes. I'm going to give you a prime example. I seen some guy like on Facebook or whatever, and he was just Black dude. He was just flashing his guns. And I was just like, he was one of my friends from back in the day, and I was just like, don't be putting all that on social media. Well, hey, it's an open carry now, so it don't matter. But you still making yourself a target. So
Man,
people
fuck
that have
all
that
that
mentality.
shit. But don't let these crackers scare you. Fuck them motherfuckers.
I wasn't talking. They wasn't Mayo. They was Black, but they was a Mayo. But as a woman, yes, I've had my concealed. I mean, it doesn't matter now since Texas is an open carry state, but I had my license for a good about 4 years, and I go to the gun range, and I have girlfriends that have theirs. We go to the gun range every month. We practice our guns. I make myself familiar with it, even though I've never had to shoot my gun in defense. I've made sure that I know how to correctly.
Right. See, and I think that's where.
Before you say that, I'm knockout. The only word that we're going to use for pale people is mayonnaise. I don't even want to hear the term cracker. Mayonnaise.
Well, tell these racist trolls to get their bitch ass out the fucking chat.
Monica, it's a reason why Conscious said I about to say, because girl,
I'm not even about to explain it. I'm not about to go through it. I'm not about to do nothing. I already told y'all.
Heavily. See, them the ones you need the damn guns for. These damn them motherfuckers, right?
Well, you gotta have protection for everybody now, not just them, for everybody.
Yeah, that's
because it's very real, especially in these bigger metropolitan areas. It's very real out here, especially if you are a single woman. I don't go pump gas at a certain time. I even still stay in a more I guess you could say gentrified area, but 2 blocks away, I'm still in the hood.
Well, see, and that's the thing, Sydney, is I stay in Houston. I stay in in the heart of Houston.
I came up.
Oh, go ahead, Monica.
Hold on, no.
I'm sorry.
No, people were talking.
Hello. Miss Monica is gonna have to wait her turn, like everybody else up here is patiently doing. Continue
I'm sorry,
on.
but shit like this is getting me so triggered.
Miss Monica, you cannot keep interrupting, darling. I will have to remove you if you continue to interrupt. Whoever was talking, continue to speak so we can continue to go down in chronological order and make sure that everybody gets their opportunity to chime in on an issue that's important to everybody up here.
Right. Well, I was just going to say that Sydney is pretty much the epitome of a responsible gun owner, because those are the precautions you need to take. And just like she was explaining with the situation of somebody, and this is what I was going to bring up, is that people look at guns, especially down here in Texas, as a trophy in a way. Like, oh, I have a gun. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. It's not looked at as a tool to protect yourself or as a tool to go hunt or whatever. People sensationalize guns without knowing the damage that they can cause. So I do firmly believe a lot of these 18-year-olds that are going out and purchasing weapons, they're doing so because they see a weapon or they see it on the games and they're like, oh, it's cool, or they think they know what it is, but they don't understand the amount of damage that this firearm can bring. So Sydney, I just wanted to highlight and emphasize that she's exactly what a responsible gun owner does, and she has the right mindset for it, which is a big thing that we were talking about when it comes to psychology of people who own guns. So I just wanted to say that.
Oh, thank you, Knockout. And I just want to, again, I promote anyone to protect themselves, but to make sure that you are comfortable with your gun. Make sure you get a gun that is comfortable with you. Make sure, it doesn't have too much kickback. Make sure you know how you're shooting it. But, as I'm a small person, so I made sure that I got a 22 because, I'm smaller and I'm 45, just a little bit too much for me. But
and a 22 will still do something.
Exactly. It does enough to make sure that you down. But I just make sure to tell anybody, if you are going to do that, it's not an accessory. And out here, especially in Dallas and Texas in general, it's like an accessory for people. It's not supposed to be an accessory. It's supposed to be something to protect you. But that's my little speech.
Thank you for that, Jessica. Those were wonderful talking points, boo. Sydney. Those were wonderful talking points, love. Lady T, welcome to the platform, love. Your thoughts on the insanity of Robb Elementary?
Yes, so I have a couple of different thoughts, and one of the main issues does come down to budget, because I do feel like there are things that are out there that could kind of be put into place to kind of help. One thing is there's this apparatus, this blanket. I forgot what I don't know the name of it, but they do utilize it in forensic hospitals where they're dealing with people who are criminally insane. And they're able to kind of subdue the person by throwing over the blanket. I don't know if that's something that should be mandatory in every classroom or something like that. The other thing I was thinking was every classroom that has a TA or paraprofessional in the classroom, that they may need to be replaced with someone who has some sort of training in with guns or something like that. But it's kind of hard to put certain things in place without it looking like a prison. To whose point was that? I'm so sorry if I didn't catch your name, but I was in total agreement because the students are off put by that. So I don't know if it needs to be like a concealed weapon that the TA carries, that they're trained and psych eval and all of that. I don't know if that needs to come into place. I think that it needs to be like mandatory in every district for parents to have an orientation on what to recognize in your child, vice versa, what to recognize in your classmate, and ways to circumvent that. Am just so exhausted by this whole thing. Is really truly just heartbreaking. And you every time you come up with
Because a part
something.
of why the fucking students and the kids a part of why the kids and the students are unprotected is because the nation doesn't give a fuck about the teachers.
Mm-hmm.
The teachers are overworked and under fucking paid.
Absolutely. And in addition to that, there are behavioral issues. I'm thinking about the middle school I'm at. Oh my God, God forbid these kids don't freaking listen. I don't even think they would be able to hear that somebody was coming. I'm not even trying to make light of it. I'm really thinking like sometimes it is just out of control. And a lot of times we have like a male TA that will come in, and sometimes they'll get in line, but a lot of times though they just, I don't know, especially
Trust and believe, Lady T.
Say that again.
If they do enough goddamn drills and they know what the hell that alarm means,
Yeah,
I don't give a damn what they in the middle of. Believe me, they will get their ass information when they hear that sound through the hallways.
Okay.
They most definitely will. It's the same way as soon as we get in trouble, the first name we call is Jesus.
Right.
Right. 40 years.
But yeah. But I don't know. I go through so many thoughts, like, okay, maybe this, and then you shoot it down because you start thinking about, well, what about this and what about that, and it just keeps happening and happening and happening to the point where, what do you do? What, like, something has to be done. Like, this is ridiculous. This cannot happen.
It's a trickle down effect as far as I'm concerned. Like, the only reason why a lot of us don't want even teachers having access to guns is because we know that those teachers exist within an infrastructure that doesn't even give a fuck about them. Those people know that teachers are already stressed out. They're already overworked. They're already underpaid, which is why even some of them are now coming to blows with the very students who they're teaching. But that's because there's a larger issue. And so in order to even soothe ourselves about the condition of the teachers who have access to our children for hours and hours on end, 5 days out of the week, would have to go into dealing with the root of the issue to even resolve our fears and concerns. If these teachers were better treated, better rewarded, have access to a higher pay, and these teachers also didn't have to play so many roles, didn't have to be counselor, mom, dad, teacher, etc. We created more infrastructure around dealing with kids who are in the school system who have behavioral problems, etc., instead of just suspending them or expelling them or putting them in detention 3 times a damn week. Like, if we would just take better care of the people who are caring for our children, we wouldn't be concerned about the people caring for our children. But we're only scared because we know that they're in trouble too. They're in emotional trouble. They're emotionally compromised. They're physically and emotionally exhausted with the job that they're doing. And so if that's how you resolve that, is we have to find a way to better treat and improve the conditions for teachers so that we don't have to be as paranoid about what stress level will they endure and make them want to unnecessarily access this gun and go postal their damn selves in the classroom?
And that's the other part that I'm afraid of, because you know that's really not a good look. Like you just keep bumping yourself against the wall, because this is, you know what I really think it needs to boil down to?
Well,
I'm sorry, huh?
Go ahead.
Oh, that it should be illegal to say whoever the culprit's name, and be like heavy penalties for anyone who posts or say their name, because they're doing a lot of this for clout and fame anyway. If they go down as unknown, then maybe some of this will stop, but I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's a bumping up against the wall. I think we just have to solve the root. And in this country, we don't do a lot of root solving. We do a lot of symptom treating, but we don't do a lot of root solving. That's why we have to evolve our band-aids over and over and over and over again, while never actually treating the root of the issue. This country has a mental health issue, and we should be concerned about teachers having access to guns in the classroom, because we know that the system is fucked up and these teachers are just as stressed out as these parents are. But all of those things are changeable conditions. And the way to better improve the relationship between parents and teachers need to be based upon better facilitating pay and environmental conditions and work conditions for these teachers, which directly impact the quality of their teaching and care for our children. We just have to deal with the roots. America doesn't deal with the root of a goddamn thing. They treat illnesses in this country rather than actually cure them, because they refuse to alleviate making money, because they can't patent nature and utilize some of these holistic formulas and rituals that Dr. Sebi and many other holistic doctors are liberating the community with, right out of nature. But guess what? Nature ain't making nobody no money, because America is all business, and it's corrupted, greedy, selfish, egoic, narcissistic business at that. It's not even a business that benefits the majority, but only those in fucking power who just want more of it for themselves. So America is fucked up and gritty and detestable at its core. And a lot of what our country is going through is retribution and karma and chastisement, really. And America is like that hard-headed, narcissistic ass son that no matter how many times you arrest them, how many times you beat them, how many times you put them out the house, it just seems like no matter how many times you beat them over the head in the context of love, just refuse to get it. Just refuse to fucking get it. Will probably damn near have to end up dead before they shift their life. This country is going to have to be, unfortunately, completely and almost damn near obliterated before there's a repentance, before there's a shift in consciousness. And that's a damn shame that much harm and injury is going to have to come to this system before this system change, when it has all the data and all the room to shift right now without losing so much in the process of necessary change. It's a damn shame. But Miss Miki, welcome to the platform, love. What are your thoughts about all things Robb Elementary? Can you hear me, Miss Miki?
If she's not talking, can I go?
No, it's two more people in front of you, Miss Monica. Miss Miki, I'm going to drop you out and let you come back in. C. Marie, are you there, love?
Sure am. Hey, everybody. How y'all doing
Welcome
today?
to the platform, love. Good afternoon. Hold on. Am I saying, y'all ain't even correcting me. I've been saying good afternoon and it's 10 fucking 18 at night. I'm sitting here, good afternoon, you guys. Good afternoon. Welcome to the platform. And it's almost 10:30 at
Hey, if
night.
you feel like it's afternoon, if you like
know
it, I
what?
love
Right. It's my trigger, and it's the fucking afternoon that I want it to be. That's right.
Right.
What are your thoughts on these?
Yeah, man, when I saw the story, it's crazy how desensitized you could get to some things. When I saw the story, I felt the way, but it really didn't hit hard until I saw the pictures of the kids, and I literally started crying because they are around my son's age, and they literally just went to school that day, and now their parents will never see them again. But I don't think guns is the issue. Like, I feel like the whole gun conversation is punishing the many for the few. Like, America has a gun culture. Like, it's more than just being used for protection. Like, people have guns for sports, they have guns for hobbies. And I'm military, and Texas is also a military state. So you're not really gonna win the argument about taking people guns from them when a large majority of the voters are gun carriers. And then it comes down to how are we going to protect ourselves, because guns aren't going to stop being made. People are just going to get them illegally. Like, they're just going to get them off the street. So it kind of puts the law-abiding citizens in danger when they try to tighten down on gun laws and this, that, and the third. Is like, man, that's just not the solution, because a gun is just a tool. You can kill somebody with anything, with a knife, fucking bow and arrow. Like, if you want to murder someone, you're gonna find a way. Especially in a day and age where it's like the age of information. You could Google how to make a bomb these days. Like, so guns is just not the problem. It's the mental state of America, and the fact that we don't live. It's so crazy that we live in a social media age, right? But it's not bringing people together. It's actually making personal interaction more scarce. Like, you don't have that village anymore, because like the kid that just murdered all these kids at this school, you can't tell me that not one person that this kid interacted with didn't know that something was wrong, something was going on with him. But I feel like today we live in an age where more people will talk about you than they will talk to you. I know somebody had to have noticed, like, damn, that kid seemed like he going through it. So at the end of the day, yes, he's 18. Technically, he's an adult, but that's still a child. Like, it's no
But what
adult
should
that.
we do though about that, C. Marie? Because a lot of us see people on the job, see people in the workplace, see people in church, see people on the college campus who appear, I guess, to what you're saying, to be awkward or maybe looking like they're going through something. So then what should be done practically then if one feels like someone is a little...
Have a conversation with him, talk to him, ask him, like, like, sometimes just being nice to someone will go a long way. Like saying, hey, how you doing? How you doing today? You okay? It seems like you're down. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wonder how many people he didn't have to do that for him. And a lot of us, like, how many of us have been going through something major and not one MFing person was like, dang, you okay? Like, I heard such and such happen. You know, all those people talking about you, but most people not going to reach out to you and be like, Dan, I heard such and such happen. You okay? Are you okay today? Like, sometimes it's just as simple as checking on people. Being there for people. Like, even if you can't do anything, like just stopping by the house, like, hey, you okay? I heard y'all having some financial problems. We got some leftovers. You want some spaghetti? Like, I think like little small random acts of kindness
As I
can
used to
go a
hear
long.
in school or growing up, be kind to people because
Right.
you never know what they're going through at
You
home.
never know what they're going through,
Just
especially.
actually be kind to fucking people. It don't matter whether they broke, whether they
Right.
on raggedy
They
shoes,
gay,
whether
straight,
they don't look
tall,
cool.
short. Yeah. No
Don't
matter whether they
mistreat
ugly,
anybody for
attractive.
any dumbass superficial reason. Be kind to people just because
Right.
being kind and being loving and being communal is the right way
The right thing to
to
do.
be. And then they might remember you on the day that they want to go postal and say, you know what?
Right.
I
Exactly.
remember when you came and you brought me that leftover spaghetti. I'm going to spare your ass today.
Right. You know what's always been so crazy to me? That especially like the world that we live in, everyone, I don't care who you are, how rich or poor, whatever, pretty, ugly, whatever you are, everyone has been through something. So it seemed like because we have all been through something, right? And when you're going through something, you want empathy, sympathy, compassion, understand. Like every human being wants that. Empathy, sympathy, compassion, understanding. But it's hard for people to give that to other people. You know what I'm saying? Especially like today is a crazy world. It seems like it will bring people closer together, but it's just like pushing people further apart. And I never understood that. It's like, man, with everything everyone's going through, it seemed like you would understand people more. Like, okay, I'm gonna be more kind, because I remember when I was going through something, nobody was kind to me. But it seemed like it's having a reverse effect in our society where people are going through so much. I guess that's why they say hurt people.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, I'm hurting, fuck it. You'll get through. I had to go through it. You'll be okay too.
And how much easier is it to kill people who you're not developing a relationship to, and who's not developing a relationship to you?
Right.
Like, how much easier is it to just go shoot up a store in your neighborhood, or to go shoot up a school in your neighborhood, or to go shoot up the fucking neighborhood because you're not extending yourself to this community, and this community isn't extending themselves to you either, because everybody prefers to mind their business and just scoot along and not actually develop any meaningful relationship to the people who they live in proximity to.
Right.
But like you and a lot of people in the chat, I believe that empathy and love goes a long way, and that's ultimately all that all of us are looking for. And if people are getting it at home, they should be able to get it elsewhere. They should be able to get it through their peers at school. They should be able to get it, through their interactions with the neighbor or whomever. Like that, family should be everywhere.
Right.
Family should be all over. And unfortunately, people are not getting that. And our society has become very individualistic, where people are barely speaking to each other. People are barely waving to each other. People are barely even looking each other in the eye. And people live 3 doors down from you. Like, people live in the same building and don't even know the name of the person living next door to them. So we have become so isolated and introverted and enclosed. And this is not turning out well.
Everything's done on social media. Some people have 1,000 friends on social media and don't have one real friend in real life. That's crazy. Yeah. It's just insane to me that I just feel like therapy, especially in America, should be free, and it should be everywhere. Should be in the schools. You should be able to, they should have more counselors. Like if you see a kid going through something, because everybody's not equipped to handle other people's issues, right? But at a school, there are teachers like, dang, I don't know how to help that kid, but I can see something isn't right with that kid. Go talk to the counselor. Go talk to the therapist, the local school therapist or whatever, at church. Like, okay, I'm not that comfortable with approaching this person, but everybody in the church is talking about this person having this problem. There should be a therapist in the church. There should be a therapist at work. There should be a therapist on every corner that's free for people to be able to talk to, or something. I just feel like we all see it, but it's like nobody wants to actually do anything about it. Once again, it's just easier to talk about somebody than to
Well, I
actually
think that we can
help.
definitely use situations like Sandy Hooks and Robb Elementary and Columbine and Buffalo incident to realize that this shit might be coming down to life or death, not doing something about it. So we need to get communal, because literally at this point, our life in a way could possibly depend upon the choice to be kind and communal or not.
You know what else I thought about when you was talking about the scenario with the alarm sounding? I wish they had like automatic locked doors. Like when that alarm sound, all
And
the
that
doors
can
lock.
happen too. Like, yeah, because I just laid a basic foundation, but that can be built upon. Like the whole school becomes locked down, every door
Can't get in the classrooms.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's things to be done, but it seemed like I always say we live in a world of extremes. It just becomes like an argument instead of, okay, I see your point of view, I see your point of view. Let's try to meet somewhere in the middle and actually resolve this. It's like, no, I'm right. Get rid of all the guns. Then you got the other side like, no, we're not getting rid of all our guns. And our kids are stuck in the middle getting killed. And it's like we're not really reaching any type of solution because it could be done because that we could reach out to the gun companies like, okay, you don't want us to mess with your money, help us donate to these schools to build a more secure school.
Exactly.
Like, you know what I'm saying, gates around all the
Come on,
schools.
pressure.
You have to show your ID to get into the gate. Help us get these, alarms and these automatic locked doors, and donate a couple of guns to the school to help us train these teachers. But it's becoming like a big tug of war, and man, it's kind of getting ridiculous to me. It's real scary because now I just feel like nowhere is safe.
Look, I have a niece. I am raising my niece. She is 4 months old, and there is no way in the hell. There is no way in the hell that this world is not going to change for the better with her in it. I will make sure that it does. She's not going to be here, and this world is not going to be a better place. This world is going to be a better place, even if it has to be by force. It will be. And to Yusuf's point, so is that the responsibility on the potential victims or those that are evil to be more kind? It's on everybody.
Everybody.
Being more kind actually is the remedy to reducing victimization. Because even if somebody is personally being victimized within their home, they're able to exist outside of that space and be recalibrated through the healing that they get elsewhere in their community. Even balance helps to structure us. So if we want to reduce people becoming monsters, then we have to get back to the only thing that's ever made any logical sense as a humanity, which is love and kindness.
Yep.
It needs to be the foundation of the way we socialize.
Mm-hmm.
It just has to be.
And right now we thriving off of the salaciousness, like TV, music, everything. It's like the negativity just is being fed from everywhere.
Culture by four.
Yep.
Yeah. It's a toxic culture. It's a toxic culture for damn sure. Thank you for that, C. Marie. I want to get Shauna and Monica and in the building too. Shauna, welcome to the platform. Your thoughts on mass shooting? Can you hear me, Shauna?
Yes, I can. And my
okay. I think that's your
okay. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Is it breaking up now? Oh, I can hear you.
Okay.
Am I still breaking up? I'm okay.
I don't think so. Yeah, I think you're okay.
You said you think I'm okay?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you, and you sound clear now. But I think it is a little breaky, but you're fine.
Okay, I'll be quick. So I think Pandora's box is been open, and we can hope that people will be kind to what Yusuf said. I think it's important for that, but I think we're a little late on that also. But what's importantly when we're talking about gun laws is not only just background checks, but funding for these schools to have protection. And when you were talking about, or the person before me was talking about doors that automatically shut, we already have that because I work in a hospital and we have fire drills monthly, and there's a firewall. And so there's doors that automatically shut once that fire alarm is pulled. So that it's definitely capable of doing that. I think what's most important, and I think everybody can get on board, whether you want strict gun laws or not, is funding for schools. And I think it's going to be a community responsibility in order to get that done. and there's a lot of talking and not a lot of doing. And I think we need to start pressuring people and ask them, well, what are you doing? And you can have all the opinions in the world, but if you ain't doing shit, it's like, who cares what your opinion is? I just watched I think it was Real World Homecoming, and talking about racism, and it's like, oh, okay, so you could say, oh, I'm against racism, blah blah blah, but what are you doing to combat racism? Because that's really what it's all about. It's not about uh, having a stance on it, or even particularly just voting, but doing something in your community. And if that means holding some gun classes, or volunteering at the school, or whatever have you, whatever can be catered to your specific community, well, then that's what should be done. Too many people talking. That's what I'm tired of. And in the end, you're going to have to take responsibility for yourself. I don't have children, and at this point, I there's a reason. I don't know what it is, but I just can't imagine sending a child off to school knowing what I know right now. And for that, I am thankful. I mean, not to sound rude or anything like that, but I am, because that's so painful. I try to put myself in that position because I'm an empath also, and when I don't understand something, I try to put myself in that position, and I'm very good at it because I have a very active imagination. And that right there, I would have tore up. I'm sure some of those parents acted the fool, and I would be that one, because I can't imagine not knowing where my child is for 10 hours. I don't think so. So anyway, to sum it all up, I think we need our government to fund schools. I know we can't even get books, but I tell you, that's where we need to be putting our sights on also. It's government funding. The government has trillions of dollars. Why they act like that? Yeah, they don't want to give us books, but you're going to give us something. Somebody's going to give us something. And I'll tell you what, in November, I live in Texas also. I will be there's a library right within a few steps of where I live. I'll be right there voting down Cruz and what's his face and Abbott, right there. And and you know what also I take responsibility for, and people I've been called the advocates that nobody asked for. I think that's what somebody thought they were insulting me. I was like, thank you. Is asking people, when we're voting, it's like the passing down of information. People don't pass information down. I'm always like, hey, y'all see this? This is coming up next week. That's what we also need to be doing as a responsibility in our community. That's it.
Great talking points, Shauna. I think the question of what are you doing is an important question that each person has to ask themselves, and what real tangible way are you contributing to, aside from just being a decent person and obeying the damn law, what are you doing to really contribute to said issues and concerns?
Exactly.
We need to really start strategizing as a community and really coming up and even using these panels as a way to actually put together strategy and to implement practical problem solving in our communities and as it relates to these particular issues. Sometimes I don't even know where the hell to get started on the issues because they're wide and in all directions at this fucking point.
Well, it's as simple, which I say simple, not in a light way, as what am I good at? Am I good at shooting a gun? Am I good at holding meetings? I don't think it has to be that complicated. And I'm not saying you're making it complicated, but it's just as simple as asking your friends, what have you done?
They fit in that. Everybody just has to pull together their talents and their passion and just have to grab a spot and start working. Yeah,
I agree.
Like I know, like in my community, what me and some of my folk do is we literally raise a garden of fruits and vegetables,
Oh
and
yeah.
we go and take those fruits and vegetables and we go hang them out on the trees, like in downtown area. We pass them out to the homeless community and provide them with that food and that reason. These are just like small things that folk can do to just better improve community dynamics and relationships. But there's so many things you can do on a micro level and a macro level to, just improve the conditions. And it definitely requires us to become like personally invested and proactive. Our world isn't going to get better by only applying pressure to other people. We got to apply that pressure to our fucking belly to shake and move.
Exactly.
So yes, we got to be the change that we want to see.
And I bet it's. Oh, I'm sorry. A beautiful example of you growing fruits and a garden to children that see it. Like you don't even have to do active participation. Something as simple as that, and children see that like, oh yeah, this is what normal is. This is what kindness is.
And that's what we do too. We make all the young people get their hands dirty. We make them a part of the garden. We give them tasks in the garden because we're hoping that this will become generational. That this is a pattern and a communal pattern that they will pass on and also reinforce as we go out and they come in, to generation and society. So yes, like literally being an example. And also involving young people in the change themselves.
Exactly.
It starts with us, and we utilize them to continue the future that we want to see ahead. But thank you for that, Shauna.
Thank you.
Miss Monica, thoughts? Now she would talk all that.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. My phone is only on 3%. So let me say this. It's not a gun problem. It is a mental health problem. This is why you see me talking about bullying a lot. This is what happens when you mistreat people. And you right. It is a root. The root is stop fucking treating people bad. Stop bullying people. Be nice to somebody. It don't hurt and cost you nothing to be nice and mind your own damn business. If you keep hurting people, they're going to grow up and become like, and they're going to grow up and turn out like this individual. And then you're going to continue to see events like this happening. This is what I was saying in the goddamn comment section. I wasn't justifying what this person did. I was saying the reason why they possibly did it. And as far as the trans thing, I said that we should start doing this. Y'all know I talk about this all the time. I talk about fighting back and kicking ass and all that type of stuff. That's what I meant. Because you make us out, turn us into these type of people when you mistreat us or when you mistreat people, you make them turn out like that. And then when they react, you want to chastise them and look at them as being a bad person. No, they only are reacting to what your bitch ass did to them. That's what they doing. That is what they're doing. Just like a fucking bully. When you bullying somebody and you mistreating somebody, then they come back to the school and blow your fucking head off. You want to wonder why. And then you want to make this a person be some type of monster. No, they not a monster. Just like the same compassion you have for the damn bully, you should have that same damn compassion for this person who killed the motherfucking bully. You should have that same compassion for them because they are the real victim here. People tell me this all the time. I talk about bullies and how much I hate them and stuff like that. And people talk about, well, you got to understand what the bullying going through. It ain't no excuse to kill nobody. And bitch, you got to understand what the goddamn killer was going through when this motherfucker bullied him. You get what I'm saying? You got to understand their point of view.
Okay, but
not just the goddamn bully.
The problem, hold on, Ms. Monica. The problem with everything that you're talking about is that there's no context for that in this conversation. These weirdo psychos are killing innocent people. They're not killing the people who bullying them.
You're right.
They're not shooting the people who hurting them. They're not running over the people who are authoring their pain and confusion. They're going and projecting that pain onto people who ain't got shit to do with the trauma they experiencing by papa or grandma or mama or whatever nigga fucking with them in the neighborhood. Innocent people are having to suffer as a result.
Exactly. I'm not excusing what he did. I'm just saying the reason why and why I can't stand fucking bullying. And people think I'd be so damn crazy.
None of us
Y'all gonna
can.
learn to listen to me and wonder, Miss Monica ain't crazy. She know what the fuck she talking about. People gonna realize that, and you gonna continue to see shit like this happening. But that's all I got to say, because my phone is literally finna go dead. I may be back, may not. I gotta go.
All right, Ms. Monica, thank you for that. I don't think that anybody here I don't think anybody here likes bullies. So I think the world is not fond of bullies, really. But I do agree. And that's why we had a whole conversation about empathy. Just treat people with love and kindness. You cannot raise people up to be racist, because that racist takes a chance on getting a fucking top blown off by a non-racist person who they trying to fuck with. You cannot raise people to be homophobes and transphobes, because that homophobe risks having their top blown off by somebody who is of trans or queer orientation. You just cannot teach bigotry and then yet expect a sound world. Because as long as you're in the business of othering people because of classism, because of gender, because of politics, because of whatever fucking justification and reasons, people hurt people. People are going to end up hurt at the end of the day. Hurt. So we've got to get back to dignifying other human beings and having and giving and affording other people a dignified human experience through the treatment of love and kindness, which is how you dignify other people's experience. And I think Signe, did you have a chance to talk, boo? Or are we rounding? Oh no, it's U.S.A. My bad, love. Are you there, love?
I think so. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're here, and we can hear you. Welcome to the platform, and your thoughts on Robb Elementary gun control.
I don't know even where to start, because I my initial thoughts was, oh yeah, we need gun control. Yeah, that's not going to happen. At the end of the day, guns don't kill people. People kill people, but dumbass people can get guns, and that's the problem. I feel like I want to mentally understand Salvador and why he decided to go to elementary school to kill them kids. Because if the situation is that he was being bullied at school, and I can understand being bullied. If the case was you're in the end of the day you were going to kill somebody, why didn't you kill them bullies? Why are you going to take all your frustration out on them damn kids, and then just 21 people? You have to now live your life knowing you killed 21 people after you killed yourself.
I think I know what as you pose that question.
Yes.
I think that this is what people do who literally throw in the towel with humanity, and they get reduced to hatred. He knew that by killing the most precious within his community was a way to really hit his community where it hurt. I'm going to take the life of the children. He did that to hurt his community at its core, because he hated these people, and hated these people probably because he internalized feeling abandoned, feeling unseen, feeling unprotected, and therefore then grew a hatred for the community. And when the straw broke the camel's back with the family and the grandma and all of that, he just decided to take all of his frustrations out on the community that he felt invisible to. But that was the way it really hurt, because even a sheriff in the town lost his daughter. His daughter was killed in that lineup. officer himself. And when one of the journalists had asked the sheriff, well, what do you think is the heart of the issue? He didn't even say gun violence. He said mental health.
And that's what it is, because the mama said they had just went out for his birthday. I think it was the birthday or some event at Applebee's. She said she had no recollection of even having any firearms. And the grandpa said that, listen, I didn't know nothing. And sometimes, you'll be like, there ain't no way, I think Marcus said, there ain't no way in hell that nobody in the damn household knew he had any weapons. But once again, did anybody in the household know he was going to do something mentally? Now, I think Tonio Skits posted something about the fact that they said that he was cross-dressing, and I was like, when I first saw him, like, they bet not say this is the LGBTQ problem,
They
because
tried.
y'all know the boys getting gay, so don't start that.
They attempted.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I said so on Instagram. I said, bitch, don't do that, because that got nothing to do with us.
Yeah.
He might have been part of us, but that got nothing to do with us. At this point, y'all know he was gay or not, so don't try to throw us a gay thing or a trans thing. Okay, ain't the case. Shut that down. Period. I just feel like you said, Con, this is a mental health thing. I don't know if it's her name is Shy Marie. Is she up here still? C Marie, you explained it beautifully, because I feel the same way. There is no reason why schools do not have people who are licensed therapists to be on site. That it should be free. Now, I don't know, because I saw somebody, one of my friends on Instagram, say something about there should be police officers at every school. I don't trust that either, because in a lot of situations where the officers also been hurting them kids too, especially our community, the black communities. I don't trust that shit. I don't, because when they're licensed and you bring the ones in the community, I don't trust that. No, have them come when they need to come. But my other issue is, why is it that all
I
these
was
shootings?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
There's going to be a gun issue as long as there's a mental health issue. The two
Right.
run in tandem together. There's going to be a gun issue as long as there's a mental health issue. So it's interesting how both sides are to the extreme, but this is a sandwich situation. Both issues are working in unison. Deplorable mental and emotional and spiritual health conditions weaponized by the use of gun violence. So you cure up the mental health issue, you don't have a gun violence. You cure up the mental health issues, you don't have a crime issue. But as long as you don't resolve the root, which is what are the variables at work that drive people to commit crime, that drive people to steal and to rob, to scam, to scheme, to kill. If you cure up the underlying environmental and emotional and underlying trauma issues, you don't have that.
And I think that's what the government, they ain't gonna do it.
People can continue on with this fluffy ass, Peter Pan ass attitude, using themselves as some type of anecdotal ass. Like, oh, well, I done been beat up and my ass done been thrown down into a trash can and I done been slapped beside my head and I ain't never killed nobody. Yeah, but guess what? Several other people are. So we don't give a fuck about what you didn't do. We're trying to keep everybody else who's a bit more mentally disturbed than you from expressing themselves through heinous acts. Okay? This ain't about you. If you ain't the psychopath, if you ain't the person on edge, if your mental health didn't afford you to do these things. We're living in a time and have been living in a time all throughout history where other people's mental health have led them to commit heinous, inhumane crimes against humanity. So the remedy is creating a more loving society in all ways, shapes, and facets. Social economic equality, gender equality, better housing, better neighborhoods, using money to pour back into society. Because at the end of the day, us not doing that puts us all at risk. It's not enough for you to just be taken care of. Because if somebody else is starving, they're going to rob your rich ass for what they need. So there's no such thing as, especially living within a society, we're all impacted by all of it. I can't afford to not think about the poor man, because the poor man is going to rob my motherfucking ass to get his goddamn needs met. I can't afford to not think about the poverty community or the have and have not community. Because they're going to come looking for people like us to get their needs met in one way or a fucking another. All these issues are intertwined with each other. So having this individual ass attitude, this individualism, is not working out well. Saving the lesser man is about also saving your own ass. But I didn't mean to interrupt you, go ahead.
I was saying, how you know a bitch got thrown in the trash can? I was like, you read my motherfucking mind and shit? Just like, damn, bitch. I didn't tell you that. Listen, I didn't tell you that. Okay. Damn, childhood trauma things. Nah, like I said, I can't say this is a wake-up call. This has been happening the past couple of years. I honestly feel like now that I think COVID in itself was a shift in the atmosphere. Ever since COVID done hit the world, everything has been going through a damn traumatizing grapevine that we not asked for. I just feel like this is not going to stop, and I don't want to be that person, but I just feel like the way the situation happened in Buffalo, while the black people getting killed, I just feel like they're going to keep trying to desensitize us being used to people just coming into any community and just shooting up. Because that's what it feels like to me. We're desensitized, prayers unto the families, and then everybody going about their damn business. It's like, why are we not really giving a fuck like we should be?
Guess what? While that news had went out, there were still people uploading plates of their dinner to Instagram, people moving right along, and we already are extremely desensitized, and we're only going to become even more desensitized to trauma and violence of all kinds.
But Conscious, there's also, like, I agree with what you said earlier about how we need a more loving environment and to take care of the man that has less, but it's a pyramid scheme. And especially in the urban areas, with our culture being a culture that doesn't really know about our past and our ancestry, they think of us as also savages. We're buying brands that don't even want us in their clothes because they're systematically racist. So they look, the mayonnaise people that are truly racist look at the statistics of how many blacks line up in lines every month to buy the same Jordan, the same shoe, the same iPhone. And while our community is distracted by that, they're climbing over us on invisible ladders. So they need people to be at the bottom to be distracted by Robin jeans and Louis. And where I live at the malls and Macy's, when you walk in, those designer clothes are literally chained to the racks. They're like, you have to get somebody with the magnet key to remove them. So while our culture is distracted by the next gold chain or the next BBL or the next video, they're teaching their kids about stocks and bonds and Robinhood and Bitcoin and stuff like that. And they want us down here to kill each other while they climb up the top of the pyramid. We need more accountability in our community.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. And looking at this poll here, 288 school shootings in the United States since 2009. Guess what? There were none in Japan, none in Italy, none in the UK, only one in Germany, 2 in France, and 2 in Canada. Almost damn near 300 in the United States since 2009. So we've literally got to evaluate the culture, forensically analyze the culture, and possibly even indict and prosecute the culture if necessary, because something is wrong in the buttermilk.
And you want to know something about Germany? I don't know if anybody in the panel you probably have seen the movie Valkyrie with Tom Cruise about Klaus von Stauffenberg. He was one of the people that tried to infiltrate Hitler and whatever. But in countries like Germany, they teach about the takedown of people that are trying to infiltrate the government. They teach them. They celebrate the people who try to stop hatred from going on, and they try to overthrow it. Here it's just like brush everything up under the rug. It's too sensitive about this, too sensitive about that. And it's like, no, we need to teach them about that. Other countries, those kids don't even really know much about 9/11. You ask them about it or tell them, and they're like, oh, it's a couple pages in the history book. Oh, slavery was, just page 99 and 100 and 101 and 102. No, it should be the whole damn book. But we sweep stuff up under the rug over here. That's the problem.
Yeah, the problem is the whole system.
How y'all doing?
Hey, Refuse to Lose. Welcome to the platform, love.
Hey, I'm just getting from church, so I'm kind of drained. We had like a revival.
Okay, amen.
We and I'm fighting with my community right now about this. This is my problem. So what? It wasn't our children's school. I still feel like every kid in every school needs to speak to somebody, because now they have to deal with worrying about going tomorrow for their own self to school. And later on in life, if we don't get our kids help when the situation is going on, because we don't allow our kids to have a voice to say that this is bothering me, to feel like they have to be strong, they have to deal with all this different stuff, it's just going to keep repeating itself. I think every kid in every school, because it's still affecting every kid, they still got to go to school. This still could be their school tomorrow. And I feel like not even acknowledging that somebody's child may need to speak to somebody because it's not their school, I think that's wrong.
You know what I also think is wrong? I refuse to lose, and I talk about this all the time on my platform. The other real rooting to the goddamn tootie is unhealed people need to stop having fucking children.
Yeah.
Because they're producing other unhealed people.
Yeah.
You unhealed, unconscious as fuck, bringing lies into the world. You can't care for them the way that they need to be cared for emotionally. You can't provide them what they need to be provided spiritually. You can't provide what needs to be provided physically. And then as a result, these people are going ape shit and ballistic.
Yeah.
All over the culture.
And you allow the wrong people to lead your kids because they in certain positions, even though you know they're not acting right. Those are the people you let lead your kids. We are trained to not tell our kids the truth about certain people. We want to keep telling our kids, though, they got to ask for God, But then when the kid want to do it and you get at the kid, and then they want to tell you what Aunt so-and-so doing. True that's your aunt and they grown. But at the end of the day, if I'm teaching my young lady to dress a certain way and you her example, what am I supposed to tell her? It's so much that plays a part into why things repeat this cycle. These kids, this boy, he shot his grandmother, God's sake.
In the face.
Come on.
He shot his sister too.
And then you didn't go to the kids that was bullying you. You went to some babies and bullied them.
Now he murdered them. He ain't even bullied them.
Yeah. And so to say that nobody child who didn't go to that school may not be feeling a way about what they next day could be like at their school, I think it's unfair to the kids. I think it's fair to not even ask them how they feeling. They said on the news tonight, they said to encourage us to sit down and talk to our kids, which we already do. I hope we do. I know I talk to her, we have to. But I still feel like sometimes some kids do need that special talk to, because not everybody's willing to open up about how truthful they feel. It depends on the caliber of their surroundings. Let's say they friends. You know what I mean? Your child could be like the sweetest kid, and then but her friends are these roughnecks. You feel me? So she's not gonna let them know she feeling no way, because we trained that you have to be tough. You can't act like nothing's wrong. You can't speak a certain way. Take our kids' voices, and then 10 years later we have another situation because the child didn't get help when this stuff was happening elsewhere because it wasn't directly to them.
Yeah, because the biggest problem solver to this whole thing is going to be unconscious people doing the work before they facilitate life for someone else.
You're right.
That's the root cause. Whatever the fuck is going on in mama's life and daddy's life that was incomplete, this dude inherited. Just like many of our black and brown children who in gangs and shit. Because shit is all fucked up elsewhere. Shit is fucked up at home.
And I don't get why the gun shop wouldn't question. Okay, this kid just turned 18 yesterday. Why would he?
Because it's Texas. Because it's Texas, and as long as you got the coin and you got a clear criminal history, their job ain't to question all that. They in the business of making money and selling content, which is their guns.
But Texas, like I said earlier, used to be like a gun tooting, cattle herding, riding your horse, American flag in the back window of your Chevy type state. And now we're shooting up schools.
They just up the state in Texas for guns. You don't really need nothing now. Like 2 months ago, they changed the laws so you don't really need nothing to get a gun.
A 1 to 12. I don't know about other people, but I know that's a conversation that I always have. I just had that same conversation about Miss Prissy Colors, founder of Black Lives Matter.
Yes.
This applies to everybody. This mental health issue is an everybody issue at this point, and we do need to afford black and brown people the same not excuse but understanding. People's lives are not happening in vain. There's things that contribute to people's psyche, their personality, the way they show up in the world. It's a lot of people who took a lot of shit out on me because of shit they had been through in their childhood. Shit that they had been through. Shit that CTV ain't never did to their black ass.
I agree.
And yet they weaponized themselves against me. This is the type of shit that we got to clear up and we got to deal with. And America, I don't give a fuck what nobody has to say, has a mental health, always had a mental health issue. And we're going to have a worse mental health issue.
Yes.
As we move forward, and this continues to be the thing and the elephant that we won't deal with. We want to continue to. I had a question that I wanted to ask to the panel.
Yes.
I kind of forgot what it was. I don't know what I was going to say, but what I will say is, the problem isn't the guns. Guns have always existed. Weapons have always existed. It literally is like the condition of consciousness, the state of consciousness. What the fuck is going on in the consciousness of people that make them do the things that they do? If we see a pattern in a community, like if in a community there is a pattern and a consistency in burglary, we have to evaluate what are the underlying variables going on in this particular community. Is it poverty? Is that why people are beating each other over the head and stealing each other's wallets? Or is that why they're coming through your bedroom window? Like, there are variables at work provoking, antagonizing, stimulating, and leading to the creation and manifestation of these issues. So when we see patterns, we have to take that seriously, because that's where you start in understanding the pathology of a community. Why is this behavior here? Why is this criminality concentrated here amongst these people? Why are these people more inclined to do this? And these people are more inclined to do that. This really is not rocket science. We're just not wanting to deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not rocket science. It's all happening in our fucking face. The issues are all so fucking obvious. But we're just not taking care of the fucking issue. The guns are not the problem.
I know.
Because a consciousness that wants to hurt people will do just that.
Yeah.
If it wasn't guns, little Kevin would be in his grandma's basement building pipe bombs to hurt as many people as possible. The issue is consciousness. If you don't rectify the consciousness at hand, it doesn't matter what you take away from them. It don't matter if you take away the guns. It'll be something else. People will make their own fucking guns.
They
People
will.
make their own weaponry.
Yeah.
Look at the Oklahoma bombing. When people want to do harm, they will do harm, and nothing will keep them from doing that.
Just like recently, they had a situation about the 3D printers being used to actually print out guns. So, like, we're living in a day and age with technology where you have to address the elephant in the room. Part of America's problem has always been its unwillingness to actually hold itself accountable. With Germany, somebody brought that up earlier. One of the things that Germany was made to do was to hold itself accountable. The UN and everybody else from around the world said that this should never happen again. And they actually held the German people accountable. This country has committed so many war crimes that it's not funny, and yet and still America has not been held accountable, not in its telling of its own history, not in the way it has chosen to be the bully in the playground to other nations. It just, you are dealing with a society that is used to not being held accountable. And when you have a society that functions that way, psychopathy is going to set in. And we have to destigmatize mental health. A lot of people won't get help because of the stigma that's associated with mental health, which is why you have a lot of people who don't want to get checked for different diseases and things because of the stigmas that are attached to those ailments.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to really take a strong look at how we are treating mental health. We have to take a serious look at how we're treating one another. Because if you feel like your life is worthless, you're not going to value anybody else's life either. That's just the bottom line. People will treat you how they treat themselves. If they don't even see themselves as worthy of life, they're really not going to care about your life at all.
Well,
So I have a question. So for the Black community, we all know that America will not hold itself accountable for the actions that took place to our ancestors, right? So why do you think the Black community continues to perpetuate the lack of accountability and responsibility generation after generation after generation? Because for us, we getting hit from all sides. We getting hit from other races. We getting hit from the system, but we getting hit the hardest from our own community because we have a large lack of accountability too, right? Like we have this whole no snitching rule, and it's not. Yeah, somebody.
I don't have any music in the background, honey.
It sounds like a fan.
Somebody got like a bunch of wind or something in the background.
Yeah.
Okay. It's gone.
Yeah, I don't have none of that going on. All my stuff is off.
But every time you come on, that sound comes on. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it was coming from you because as soon as you had muted, it was gone.
It stopped. Yeah, but yeah, we know that we know the damage the lack of accountability does, but we still continue to perpetuate it in our community, generation after generation after generation. Like, I can understand the older generations, but it seemed like even with the newer generation, we just won't grab hold of the importance of accountability and taking responsibility for our own community, especially considering that we live in a country that will not take any responsibility for our community, but we
And I think that that's
still.
why we don't take, and I think that
There's
that's why we don't take
distractions.
accountability.
There's too
Because
many
nobody else
distractions.
does. Because nobody else does. So it's
There's
kind of like I always saying of like, if you watching your other siblings get away with murder, you're more inclined to do wrong too, with the same
I get
expectation
that.
that you're going to get away with it. And if you were to be reprimanded, you will be looking at whoever reprimanded you like they fucking crazy, because ain't nobody else being reprimanded. So what the fuck am I being reprimanded for? And everybody else is allowed to do their bald headed whole shit. So I'm gonna do my bald headed whole shit, because what's really the point in being accountable?
You know what? You're absolutely right. Because the first thing out of a black person's mouth is, "Well, the white people get to do it." It's like, yeah, but
People were
shit, we
literally
do it for
saying
our
it.
people.
Yeah, people were saying it in this chat earlier, or maybe it was in the previous live that I did earlier. I forgot what the fuck I was talking about, but somebody was like, I think we were talking about. No, I think it was in the Black Lives Matter situation, and there was somebody in the chat who was like, "Well, Trump does the same shit, and the elite white people do the same shit. So why do we come down harder on our own about the same shit that Massa does and gets away with in broad daylight with no
Because
account?"
we supposed to know better. Because we know what it can do. We seen what it did to our people. We seen what it did to our ancestors. Someone said to me today, and they broke down crying, and I'm serious. They said, we do a lot of things wrong, but nobody's pointing out the fact that 80% of this kind of crime is from people that's not even from this country.
That's because those like homegrown terrorists are what we see with that young man. But terrorists that come from other countries, they literally sleep in mud huts. They have no floors. Their parents carry jugs of water miles and miles to get every dime to get them their visas that are expensive, to send them here, to put them through engineering school, medical schools. They fight through our education system, then they start blowing shit up. But these homegrown terrorists are the ones like him. And there's too many distractions in our community. Just like I said earlier, the distractions are glitter and shiny things. And they know if they can keep their heads turned to the left, they're gonna dodge around them to the right. That's
sad.
It's sad. They know this. And it's crazy because you, like I said, you go into the mall and there's nothing wrong with being a sneakerhead or any of that, but you see our same people waiting in those lines for hours, but you could have been spending that money on books to finish a trade, a 2-year degree, anything to get your both feet up. But they want to keep us down there. The people that actually have money don't wear Jordans. They don't wear Prada with the name showing. They don't wear Versace with the little gold lion showing. All their money is going where we can't see it, and they want it just like that.
And another thing I realized in our community, even in my community, like I had it out. Well, I didn't have it out. I just said what I said and I left it. It's an organization here, right? It's supposed to be a non-profit children's organization. I sent to the flyer, I said, we having revival. I said we need to pray without ceasing. And she said, God's been elevating me. I never stop. And I said, I'm sure that some of those parents or those kids were prayer warriors too. That doesn't mean it can't hit your home. But for you to be the plant that you feel God has planted you in a community for our children, you don't reach out, you don't say nothing, and then you say you already praying because your family good. So now it's fuck the kids now that you planted where you want to be. And that's how I took that.
Yeah, we don't protect women and children anymore. Like it's crazy because I thought a part of the patriarchy way back in the day was the protection of women and children, right? It seemed like every decade that becomes less and less and less and less, to the point where a school full of children gets shot up, and it's mostly women crying. Like it doesn't even hit men as hard anymore. It's like,
The women and the kids.
yeah, the women and the children aren't even a protected class anymore. It's like now we're the stepping stool. Like I don't know. It's becoming real weird
Even I
these
find,
times.
even I find with businesses, I feel like our people need to know when you are a pawn. And when I say that, like the supermarket. You ever go to the supermarket? Sometimes they got the mentally person. They not all the way, but they talk funny or whatever, and they have them bagging your groceries. They can't cashier or nothing, but they can help bag your stuff.
High
They
function.
they get a kickback from that. They have to have them there. And I feel like a lot of these small businesses that in the community, the black businesses that are meant to be so much further, they fall for that because they don't know the difference. And so now when you get this little inch, you want to forget the plan, which is for to be help the kids, to make sure there's programs for the kids. But you basically told me since your house good, hell with the kids in the
And that's
community.
what I mean. It's a spirit of individuality on the country now.
It's
That's why you
terrible.
don't see any community efforts, and you don't see the nuclear family anymore. It's
Hmm.
individuality at its most extreme.
People better know God give if He take it away too.
That's a fact.
You don't
American
do, you don't do
arm,
right. Mm-mm.
Americans, arm yourself. Black and brown people, arm yourself.
Mm.
Make sure that you're able to protect you and yours. This world is dangerous. Nobody is safe anywhere. School system ain't safe. The church ain't safe. Nowhere is safe. Please, don't be giving this world that type of a benefit of a doubt. The enemy is out here looking for whom it can devour, and is devouring accordingly. I don't leave my house ever without my Beretta in tow. Without my Beretta in tow.
I know that's the part.
Without my Beretta in tow. Let me tell
Conscious,
you.
you want to know what's crazy though? So we're talking about this
It's two bags that
situation.
I carry. Hold on for 1 second, boo. It's two bags that I carry every day. Whether it's my sling bag, my crocodile sling bag, or my crocodile backpack, baby. And either one, baby, whoever I'm rocking, holding this Beretta. I don't care whether I'm going to the gas station, the ice cream shop, the Piggly Wiggly, or sister-in-law's wedding,
Yeah.
barbecue, the family barbecue, Christmas family dinner, Sunday service. I don't give a damn, baby. Whatever you see me, whether I'm going to the courthouse, baby, whether I'm going to the police department, baby, whether I'm cross country, baby, whether I'm on a road trip, sugar, whether I'm on Six Flags, whenever you see either one of these bags, bitch, I got my piece of steel for you and your ratchet ass bandit heathen army of monologues, okay?
And it's sad you got to feel that way, but
No,
you
it
supposed
ain't
to let
sad.
you
I
supposed
actually
to
feel
let
very
somebody hurt
happy.
you.
It ain't sad. I feel very happy and very empowered when
Yeah,
I'm
I
walking
understand,
around with
but
my
I'm
piece of steel.
mhm.
I don't feel sad about it, because if I didn't have to use it
Yeah.
on a human's ass, I have to use it on a bear, a
Mhm.
wolf, a tiger.
Okay. No, you right though. You got to protect
I ain't
If
sad
yourself.
I go
about
in
it.
this damn
I'm
bag,
sad. I'm sad for motherfuckers who ain't. I'm sad for motherfuckers who walking around here ain't strapped up. I'm
naked.
sad for motherfuckers walking around here literally thinking that they good in the hood, because baby, when Mr. Salvador comes running up on my children, you gonna run up to get done up.
I know that's right.
Because we don't got to get ready, bitch. We stay motherfucking ready. It ain't no getting ready. You ain't got to get ready when you stay motherfucking ready. So I hope that every other black and brown person get their shit together, especially if you are a minority person in this country. Please understand that you are being hunted. And the burden is on your ass to stay protected and to stay at ease. So, baby, I go everywhere with a motherfucking smile on my face because I know who is going to make it home at the end of the night. I know who is going to make it back home alive out of the altercation, bitch. I know exactly who going to walk away alive and well when it's all said and done. So, very comfortable, very at ease, walk around the earth, very, very assured. But I do understand what you're saying. Refuse to lose. You're saying that there should be no need for us to have to personally protect ourselves. But I'm not mad about it. we, at this point, we need to. Because at the end of the day, ain't no point in entertaining a fairy tale. The world is not a fairy tale. The world is not ideal. We're living in dangerous and peril times. Get your shit together and have the means to protect your motherfucking self. As soon as your kids get old enough to pull a trigger, teach their ass how to defend the house as well and to defend the property as well. It's time to start really getting put up on game because these mayonnaise folk of all hues and complexions, they start this license to carry shit at 18 and 16 and 15. They families got them on the gun range. They families got them out there shooting deers and rabbits and shit, while our kids out there only playing on sliding boards.
The truth.
No, ma'am. Soon as my niece get old enough to come up out of her bib and her bottle, she gonna be pulling the trigger.
Yeah, my daughter, she's 16. Her hands is registered with the police department.
Lord,
I'm not playing with this mother.
Nah, you gotta teach these girls. She can't carry and somebody snatch it. What she gonna do?
Right.
She know how to take them out of here if she got to.
Yep, my son a Cub Scout. He know how to shoot bow and arrows, shoot rifles, fish, like everything already.
Exactly. Slingshots and all, baby. On his day, ain't playing
go
with
for the eyes.
Period.
And to pull a bow and arrow, like the actual big ones that you get from like Gander Mountain and stuff like that, those things are heavy. The weights on there are heavy.
Yes, God.
Don't tear your rotor cuff.
Now, do you agree with me, Conscious, that they should not take these kids' phones when they're in school?
What you mean? I'll take their phones.
Remember, I was saying the other day that I'm against the teachers taking their phone, especially when they don't have an issue with their phone.
Oh, I didn't even hear that part.
Like that girl that's 11 years old, she had her phone. She the one called the cop. He shot her because she was holding the phone, but she had actually dialed 911. 11.
So she died using the phone.
Yep, calling the police, and he saw her holding the phone.
It's all I know is that we gonna have to get to the roots because all this other shit is a symptom issue. It's a symptom issue. We got to get to the rooty and the tootie of these issues. I gotta wrap the show up. We've been here for 4 hours, you guys. Any lasting words from any of you on the panel?
I'm just stay in prayer. You know, even if it look dark, just keep praying, man. For real. Because at the end of the day,
What do y'all think is going to happen with a gun reform? Or do y'all think that they're going to grant that? Or for those pushing for mental health? Because that seems to be
We need
Both
both,
of the
though, don't
argument in
you?
the political space is either gun control or mental health, and I honestly would like to see mental health entertained fully because I personally think that will rectify.
I think it has to start there to even be able to even deal with. Depends on your community. I think they need mental health anyway. But real quick, how do y'all feel about the president saying he don't want to be back and he said he don't want to see this shit again?
No, what do y'all think about the? What not what y'all think about because we're about to wrap the show up. But did y'all hear about the assassination attempt? The assass, the assass, the assassination attempt on Bill Clinton?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard about that shit earlier today.
They're trying to take all of them
They
out.
was
They
trying
blaming everybody.
they was importing other. They were importing foreigners to get at Bill Clinton's ass. Did I say Bill Cosby or Bill Clinton?
Bill Clinton, you said.
Oh, okay, because I'm tired as hell. I don't even know what the hell
You
I'm saying.
said that. You said they got to get to the root.
Look, I need to get into that Bill Clinton tea. Like, why is he relevant, and why does he need to be assassinated? I mean, I know him and his wife be into some Illuminati, adrenochrome drinking ass, half colonizing Africa ass type shit. But I need to get into why is Bill Clinton on the motherfucking hit list like this?
That's
You're probably just one of many, because I'm sure all of them. Look, you have to have a certain personality and moral standards to even be a politician. Like I worked for the governor, and they be having little secret meetings where, and I do IT. Come in the next day, everything unplugged. I'm like, what the fuck were y'all talking about to unplug everything? The computers, all the network cables, all undone. I'm like, what is going on? So I'm pretty sure Bill was just one of many on the list.
Oh, I think it was Bush. I told you I'm tired. It was Bush.
Oh, if it's the Bushes, oh yeah, for sure.
A man
they got their
commented
hands in
under-
everything.
Oh, now ain't no questions asked in that case. I know exactly why he was on that damn list.
A man commented under my video today. He said, "Excuse me, man, but respectfully, that kid did not shoot his grandmother." I said, "Sir, but I don't know why you over here trying to justify what your people did, but you better get from under my post. You got this wrong, man, respectfully." I was like, what? I was like, you would come over here with that.
A big rainy, you are our last panelist. Welcome to the panel. Thoughts on Robb Elementary?
You know, I'm numb to it because I've seen it start almost 30 years ago. And after a while, when you're repeatedly exposed to something, your body develops a defense mechanism to, protect the brain from the fuck shit. And I can't fix it. I'm just going to be brutally honest. I can't fix what's in New York. All I can fix is what's going on with me. I threw my TV out 20-something years ago. I don't watch TV. I don't follow the news because when I used to, it led to multiple nervous breakdowns. I lost. They didn't. I was worrying about things that's out of my control. All we can do is stay prayerful, be decent people, be kind to one another, and keep it pushing. Because every time I get caught up in some stuff that happen to come across my thread in the anti-social media platform, I get caught up because we're all empaths. And I have children. I have grandchildren. But you know what? They're in God's hands. They're not living in my household. They're in God's hands. There's nothing I can do. So I am not going to stay up late at night worrying about my kids or anybody else's children. All I can do is trust the Creator and leave it as such. Because when we get caught up in this, when we invest too much of our energy in this, it takes a toll on our health. And I had to learn that from a psychologist and a medical doctor. Because I used to stress about everything going on in the media, everything going on in the world. And I was in and out of the nut house like white on rice. But when I let it go and I let God, something bigger than me, take care of it. And then I do the best I can to de-escalate any situations that can turn into something like that. If I hear somebody talking about getting guns and shooting people, I'm going to spend a little more time with them. So I can do my best in that way to prevent a mass shooting by talking a person down, walking them to the hospital. I've called up a psychologist and literally got someone lined up with a psychologist. Because if need be, that's what I would do. I will not leave that person's side until they are either committed or under the care of a professional, be it the police or a psychologist, because I don't want them wreaking harm and havoc in the world. So that's all I can do, is try to de-escalate it when it shows up in my world, keep people calm, keep people cool and collected, acknowledge who they are, meet them where they're at. Because where I go to an agency and they work with traumatized people like myself. And sometimes people be acting the hell out. I mean, they be going off. Veterans, traumatized people, all kinds of folks. And I just say, hey, it's going to be all right. Or the staff talks to them because they deal with people like us all the time. So this person that went in here and killed these people, they don't need to be breathing. I don't care if you're 2 years old. You commit an adult crime, you do adult time. I'm about law and order. I don't cut no dice, ain't no gray area with me when it comes to that. A lot of these children, they are given permissive lives where mommy and daddy lets them do whatever the hell they want to do. Play these violent video games, which desensitizes people. I'm telling the truth because the military uses the same shit to prepare their killers and their air pilots or whatever the hell they do to prepare them and desensitize them. And it's just like the video game. Where do you think these video games learn their shit? So we have to go to the root. What is that child pouring into their mind? What's going on in the homes of these children? What is happening that a person would want to pick up a gun and go kill multiple innocent people in a neighborhood that even isn't theirs? There's something wrong, demonically wrong. And until we get back to prayer and seeing each other eye to eye, fuck this social media shit, that goes but so far, but being willing to acknowledge the humanity in each other. Don't listen with your goddamn ears, listen with your heart. See a person with the eyes of your heart. And I'm out of here, and I thank you.
Motherfuckers catching me off unless you happen to see me in the mall, baby, unless you happen to see me at the concert, baby, you ain't catching my motherfucking ass off the motherfucking social media. I ain't with it.
Because here's the thing, we do interact with people off social media because for our jobs.
We have to show kindness to people, whether it's online or offline, because of the internet age, this is now society as well.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to still conduct yourself accordingly, even here. Here matters as well.
Right. But here's the thing too, Conscious. I work in the industry. I work as a bartender. And I work in very large venues where we got thousands of people going by. Just see an ocean of people. We don't never know who's going to pop off. So our security is so tight that it's scary. If you got a key on your keychain that looks suspicious to us, we won't let you in. Because I used to work security and I ruined a lot of people's evenings because you can't come in here with that. Well, I don't want to put it in the locker. I don't want to put it in the hotel. I don't want to leave it in my car. Then you ain't coming in. Well, I spent $1,000. I don't care. You ain't coming in here. And that's how I have to be with people, because it's gotten to the point that we don't even trust each other. We're hyper vigilant. So at these venues, we even though I'm slinging beer, my eyeballs are still roaming for somebody that may start acting a fool.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're dealing, and it's so packed that people are up on each other. Like you hug your wife or hug your loved ones. That's how tight it gets. That's how crowded it gets in these venues. And I deal with that 6 days out of the week. So every time I go to work, I don't know if I'm going to come back alive. So you know what? When I walk out that door, I know that I gave my best to the world. I gave it to God. So if it's time for me to get my black ass up out of here, so be it, because I'm at peace. With that, I'm out.
Amen. Deborah, I don't agree that social media is not real. Social media is definitely real.
It sure is. The way people.
The problem is the reality of social media, because social media is real because real people are on social media, and they're really on here with whatever condition they're really in, whether that's a loving and healthy and whole condition, or whether that's a broken and twisted and disturbed condition. And no matter where we are and what proximity we have to each other, all I know, as cliche as it is loving kindness is the way. Loving kindness is the way. Period. And we've got to start. We've got to realize that there's other people in the world beside ourselves, and we've got to start using dumbass shit to separate ourselves from other people. We've got to start buying into this classism system. We've got to start buying into our own biases and discriminations and prejudices, and just recognize the common humanity that all human beings share, and keep it there. Keep it there. Nothing less and nothing more. And this boy, this dude, along with all these other people who are hitting the fucking extreme, black and white alike, Mexican and African alike, Hispanic and Asian alike, we need more emphasis on mental health. Some days, you guys, like my empathic shit acts up. So let me tell you how wild it is to be empathic. Sometimes my nigga has to ask me like, nigga, are you okay? Cause sometimes I just be depressed for no fucking reason, literally. Be winning in life. Like, my shit is clear, baby. And yet can't even pry myself out of the fucking bed some days. You know why? Because of all of the shit happening in the world. But sometimes I don't even look through my timeline, because you can't even control your own ebb and flow. Because for every you literally go from a comedic post to a traumatizing post, to a comedic post, to a traumatizing post. You can't even control your own ebb and flow. You're constantly contradicted with all this mixed fucking stimulation, and it's psychotic. It's psychotic. It's nuts. So I've gotten to the point now where I don't need no club, baby. I don't need no big groups of people, baby. I can go right to my windowsill, pour water in my little plant, and just look at the sparrows on the tree and drink my goddamn lemonade and have me a good old
I'm telling you.
time. Just being there. Being now is my fun. Just being at peace is now my fun.
And I think
Mine is now my damn fun.
People not comfortable with their own company. You have to be able to enjoy your own company. I love my own company.
You know, I've left parties and left parties early, and they're like, "Well, where you going, Harlow-Lane?" I said, "I'm going home to hang out, me, myself, and I, because I'm done with y'all. I come by, gave you 30 minutes of my time, and I'm gone." Because I'm not an introvert. I'm a very gregarious person, but to maintain my sanity, I have to spend time with me, because that's the only way I'm gonna get to know who I am. Is spend time with me, the ugly, the good, the bad. And I know what you're saying, Consciouztv, where you say your empathic self just goes sideways, falls off a cliff into the abyss. And that has happened to me. It's like a certain time, or it can be random. I'll be upbeat, everything going well, I'm working, got money coming in, this and that. And all of a sudden, I just in tears. Don't want to get out of bed. All of a sudden, I'm hyper paranoid. Don't want to come out of my house. And sometimes that could go for days to weeks. And it takes courage, Conscious, for you to get on this thing every night, or when you do, and present this content. It takes a lot of work. And when I did my little sprint abbreviated sprint on YouTube. I said, this shit is too much work to not get paid for. See y'all. I'm be honest. I ain't getting paid. See you. So I went on, but I admire you, Conscious, and Knockout Media to be able to put these shows, and all of you content creators, Heart of Inspiration, all of y'all, Reckless Logic, all of y'all.
It's not easy.
It's not easy. And all of you beautiful people whose names I didn't mention, I see you. But the bard, I can't see your name. But here's the thing. I admire y'all because you feed my soul. If I was a rich man, I'd be blowing up your cash apps. But you feed, okay, Refuse to Lose, BTS, and Senice Monet, and Reckless Logic, and Miss Jessica M, and Miss C. Marie Woody. Thank you. It's nice to meet all of you. But here's the thing. We are beautiful as Black people. We're not the N-word. N-words are treacherous, dark-skinned, melanated people who think they are Black. But we're not them. We're Black people. And you know what makes me feel good walking the streets of Seattle is when Black people see me, Black men. It's a Black man thing, I think. They nod at me and they smile at me. And I nod at them. I see you. And when I see the ladies, I give a discreet smile and I keep it moving. Because I see my people. Don't get me wrong. I see everybody else too, because I am half white. But I see everybody else too. But I see my people. And it makes me feel good when Black folks say, "What's up, brother?" And I never seen a person in my life. And they greet me with a smile. My soul celebrates. You just don't realize I work with a crew of amazing Black people. And half of us homeless, or half of us one paycheck from homeless. But they're amazing people. And if you met those people, you'd be like, damn. You know, I didn't know there's some cool ass Black folks. And most of them are seniors, though. Most of them are well over 60. And so they old school OGs from the East Coast, because I get to talk to them from Chi-Town and everywhere, Philly, California, other weird places and strange places. And so I just want to say, Black people, keep on holding on and keep on praying for each other.
Oh, yeah.
Don't give up, because you know what? We have the truth. That's why they're trying to kill us and silence us. Look up a lady by the name of Mama Zogby. Mama, M-A-M-Z as in zebra, O, Zog, B as in boy, G as in go, E as in echo. Mama Zogby. Look her up on YouTube. And it will flip the script, because we Black folks, we have to do some house cleaning internally before we address white folk, any damn body else folk. We got to clean up house inside, and that's what we're doing.
And that's why people gotta heal instead of being all over.
That's what we're doing right here in this panel. We're doing the work right here in this panel because of Conscious, Knockout, and Miss Miko and Elder Jives. I am a better person. Knockout Media, Consciouztv, Elder Jives, Miss Miko, even Dr. Reed, they pulled me out of a dark place. And they said they helped me to stand up and be a human being and a man through forgiveness.
And you have to also know when, like for me, I just told my audience I'll see them the weekend. I'm gonna take a few days. No, serious. You have to know when to pull back.
Downtime.
Yep.
You have to do it. Downtime.
Serious.
I'm off tomorrow. Like, I make good money slinging beer. That's all I do is sling beer. I don't have no college education.
Well,
I
I'm
sling
not there
beer.
yet. I'm working on the platform.
So I sling beer at the venue. Okay. It's never too late. Okay. We're out there. Most of those people that work with me are senior citizens.
Right.
They have full-time jobs and they slinging beer with me on the sly. So it's never too late. And we as Black people, I say, take advantage of every opportunity we can to acquire money, especially disposable income. Have your own shit. God bless the motherfucker that got their own shit.
Are you still doing
I have my own. I'm just
any of your business Big Rainy, like with the holistic?
I put it on pause because right now I'm in transition of moving my household from here to Hawaii.
Oh wow.
So what I did, I put everything on pause. I haven't ordered any more herbs because I'm trying to make use of what I have here and deplete it before I ship out, because that's less things that I have to ship into the middle of the Pacific Ocean. So So I will be starting up that Fupa thought he could destroy my business, but I'm gonna come back bigger, stronger, and fiercer because it has allowed me
And you're
to
gonna come
come
back
up.
Hawaiian.
Yes, and aloha. He's like, malaho nui loa. Thank you very much. And so I'm learning Hawaiian, and I'm also learning about the indigenous people of Hawaii to respect the elders. I come there because they have a deep respect and tie to the land, to the elements. So I'm studying everything I can about Hawaiian culture. So when I come there, I'm ready because they have been injured egregiously. My thing is empowering Hawaiian indigenous people to take back their land. I tell white Hawaiian people here on the mainland, I say, you get your ass on back to Hawaii and get your shit back. What the fuck you doing living over here? Get your ass back there and take your shit back. It was given to you by God and Pele. Go get your shit back, honey. So they start laughing, but there is a movement that's been going on for almost 50 years, and they are reclaiming their land. The indigenous people, especially young people. If you look at the hula, and when you watch them dance, they're young people. And that's an ancient sacred art. Hula is not entertainment. It tells a sacred story. And like me, I could not go over there and do hula because it's a misappropriation of their culture. I can go watch, or if I want to learn, I need to learn from a kumu, a teacher of hula. So I'm looking forward to it. It's amazing what's next. I am so thrilled. I have a better job. I'm making more money. 4 hours of work, I make about $300. And that includes my salary and tips. Just 4 hours of work, slinging beer, not mixing drinks or anything. And so, Fupa, you want me to send you some little loving or some beer or something? It's so funny.
Some rat
I
poison,
see,
maybe.
but I see. You know what's crazy? I see. You know what's crazy? I see stuff pop up that he says about in online here and there, and I laugh.
We don't give any free full promotion at this point.
But here's the thing: when people hate on you, when people hate, what they're doing is giving you a compliment because there is something in themselves that they feel they lack that you have, but they don't realize that they already got it. But they have to
tell it.
Big Granny, you just tell these hoes to get in line.
That's it. Do the work, right, Conscious?
Conscious. You know how far I came, right? Right.
Mm-hmm.
You know how far, way back, almost 2018. And how far I have grown, how God had healed me. I was fucked up. I was a train wreck. I was heading to hell bound real fast.
You have to heal.
It was people like Conscious that forgave me, because had I not received forgiveness, I was looking to check out and not hold them responsible because I did it. But their love gave me something more than just the will to live, but the will to go and grab life by the nuts and yank hard.
No, that's right.
Now, when I hear about Conscious making his money and Elder Jives and Elder Laird, Reverend Dr. Reed and Miss Miko and all of them, that's what inspired me to just live, because I was about ready to end my life. But because of those people whom I mentioned, God allowed me to live. Because when I felt like I was going to check out of here because of the mess that I'd done, they gave me the grace of forgiveness, and forgiveness renews the will to live. Because when you see others believe in you despite your fuck shit, you can't help but want to do better.
Well, you can't. Well, for me, I've learned that a lot of times people see your gift before you even realize the gift.
There you go.
And you have to know how to discern those different kind of people, because they are sent to distract you.
Yes.
So
yes.
Look, too short. I had just made a post earlier on my community wall, and it was just like,
Conscious, I be really reading your boy. I'll be a whole hour, but I'll be reading. It'd be nice.
Yeah, some good.
Because I gotta get it off me. I just feel like, look, no.
Yeah,
I want to stress to people this, like, it's so important right now for you to prioritize your mental health. We have enemies that we have, like, that we have to default to dealing with. I could imagine also taking my residual time and then spending it on enemies that are completely irrelevant. Like
Right.
there's real opposition in the world, and if you just don't give yourself a space
And they
to
not,
be
and you
able
see they
to
clearly not trying to elevate. They ain't trying to do nothing. But every step you take, it's a problem.
look, well,
Mm-hmm.
let it be their problem. It's all their
Yeah, I
problem.
don't play it.
Okay?
I don't play it. I get
Yeah,
away from it.
it's all their problem. Because at this point, like between everything going on in the world, like this is
Can't
about
afford to take on nothing extra. That's
yeah,
crazy.
Right.
yeah.
Because it's a drain when we trying to worry about what everything else is going in the world, and in addition to what's
Got
going
some
on in
real
our
shit
own
that's going on
space.
in the world.
Right. And we could lose our minds. I mean, I was so empathetic, like what Conscious was mentioning. I was on the verge of losing my mind because I was in and out of the nut house because I didn't know how to set up barriers, cosmic barriers,
You have to.
until they explained to me how to do it, metaphysical barriers, and
Mm-hmm.
how to do that. And because I believe in prayer, because I'm a prayer warrior, some to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have to learn how to do those barriers. Or when I do spiritual work, because I know what it's like to be attacked by demons in the middle of the night, literally, and how to harness that Church of God in Christ power, which comes from Africa herself. And I speak power into that thing, the motherfuckers got to go.
Period.
And I just want to say, all of you, I love you with the love of God, with the love of my heart.
Back at you.
Thank you for just coming up and talking.
You
And
got
thank
it.
you
Got
for the
listen, it
beautiful
helps me
people.
too. Like I said, we ran and did a whole revival, but we couldn't get many in the community to even come. But I know what I had to do because I got a 16-year-old child. I got to go to school tomorrow. You feel me?
You got to go in prayer with her every day,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
you have to surrender her to God, because every time she walk out of your sight, you're gonna be,
Oh, she is. Believe
you
me,
know.
she's grounded.
But mama got to be grounded too.
Oh,
And
mama, believe me,
mama be worrying.
mama been listen. I think that's natural, especially when you don't know. I mean, we know our kids have friends, but there's always a friend who we don't know the whole side. You feel me? So
Yes,
we
ma'am.
really can't. We gotta be honest with ourselves and just believe that no matter what, God is going to be there. But we still have to be cautious and use common sense.
Well, caution to the world, honey.
I love this guy.
When your
Conscious,
ass
send me one.
when
Send
your
me.
ass ain't grounded, I got something in this backpack that'll put your motherfucking ass in the ground. Trust me. So
Okay,
just
well,
remember that much too.
I know that's right.
But
All
I
right,
gotta
y'all.
get out of here, you guys. This
Me
was
too. Make
really
sure
fun.
y'all subscribe to
Thank
my
you.
channel so y'all can check me
Yes,
out.
hold on. Does
What's the
anybody here
channel?
have any social media and YouTube
Refuse to
channels that they
lose.
want to shout out before we wrap up? I know a big I don't know if you want to shout out your Instagram and your YouTube while you're here, or
I ain't got much up there. Just let's do these people up here. These beautiful folk.
okay.
I'm
Well, thanks for
refused
being
to.
up here, Big Rainy, and peace and blessings to you, love.
Yes,
Thank you.
I refuse to lose.
I'm
Shout out to
refused to lose. Refuse to lose BTS on Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, Clubhouse, anywhere you go, I'm there.
You're very
and again,
pretty.
you guys
Thank you.
on the
You're
channel.
welcome.
Refuse to lose BTS on YouTube. Type her up in the Google search and give her click and her view, auntie.
And you'll find
Sydney.
some of everything over there. For the most part, I try to educate our young ladies how important it is to be okay to do the right thing, not the
Yes,
wrong thing. But
yes.
love y'all. I'll see y'all later.
I
Love
love you
y'all.
too, boo, and
Love you,
thank you.
Conscious. Thank you.
I love you too, love.
Night.
See
Sydney,
y'all.
love.
Good
Good night,
night.
Rainy.
Bye.
Sydney. Hey, last thoughts for the night. Can you hear me, love? Uh-oh, I think something went torn with Sydney's. Can you hear me, Sydney? C. Marie.
I don't have much. Just want to say thank you for having me up. As
Thank
always,
you, love.
awesome conversation. As always, I hope everyone have a great night.
Thank you for being here, love, and amazing talking points. Well, that's the show, you guys. Wonderful show. I want to shout out my panelists, Reckless and Knockout, for holding this conversation down. Because I was like, girl, I didn't know how I was going to be on the subject matter, girl. Okay? Man, there's a lot going on in the world. I just want to say, just please take care of yourself, you guys. Enjoy yourself. You know, have as much fun as you can, laugh as hard as you can, love as hard as you can, and pour yourself into things that pour back into you, child. We all got our fair share of things to deal with in this world, real world issues. Please pick and choose your devils, girl, because let me tell you what the devil gonna try to do. The devil gonna try to overwhelm you. It wants you to focus on, it wants you to focus negatively on the shit that you don't even have to focus on, and then also want to overwhelm you in the world and amplify all the shit that actually impacts your reality. Okay? If you want to sustain your mental health, you're going to have to give up one for the other. You're going to have to literally pick your evil. Okay? Because you can't afford to have petty negative distractions and then have important distractions that are, I want to say distractions, but you can't even, girl, I'm tired, okay? You cannot afford to have petty problems and then have real issues, okay? You need to give up one for the other. You got to alleviate one so you can have happiness on one side of the seesaw. You got to have a peace of mind on one side of the seesaw. You can't be a bag lady and just tote all this fucking negativity. Life is literally too fucking short. Matter of fact, I think this is a perfect, hold on. I wish I could show y'all my whole outfit. Because, baby, let me tell y'all something. Y'all only be seeing me from, like, here to there, but a bitch be dressed to the nines. A bitch be dressed to the motherfucking nines on this bitch, okay? I don't be playing, honey. Okay? Because if the devil gonna take me down, baby, he gonna take me down looking my best, baby. He gonna take me down, honey, on my bad bitch shit. Okay? This quote wraps it up real easy. Let me see here. Here it is. This is from Instagram user J Barnett. Okay, it says, whether it be through a racially motivated act of violence toward Black people at a grocery store or fearing what may happen to your child at school, it has become mentally exhausting just to exist within our own society. It is imperative to take care of your mental health, you guys. That says it all. The world is upside down, girl. Take care of your mental health. Where I'm about to go is straight to the motherfucking bed because a bitch is tired, honey. I was with y'all at 4 in the morning until 12 in the goddamn afternoon talking about Kevin Samuel's ass. Went to bed, got up again, gave y'all a 7 o'clock show, which is now 12, girl. So, bitch been working, honey. Working. For the city, baby. Big wheels keep on turning. So, with that being said, I'm out. I appreciate you guys. I don't know if I even shouted out my Cash App or somebody Cash Apping me now, honey. I was just about to shout out my Cash Appers. Make sure that you guys, if you're new here, subscribe. Give me a nasty thumbs up on your way out, bruh. Okay? Y'all know how I do, honey. Old nasty thumbs up. Old nasty subscription, girl. Old nasty notification bell set to all. I want to, God bless my my contributors. Dominique, thank you, love. God bless you. Jordana, bless you, darling. Mata, my boo FB, April Jones, and Joyce. Bless y'all, bless y'all, bless y'all for your contributions, honey. I appreciate it, bruh. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all down to the ground, child. Okay. Today is Thursday, so we still have to give you guys a Bad Boys review. We haven't been able to get to that. We was going to do it Tuesday, but once the shooting happened, I just thought it was inappropriate to talk about Bad Boys with such an awful event transpiring. So I hope you guys enjoyed this coverage. We definitely need to keep these conversations alive, strategize about what we can do, apply pressure to our government, help to defend our teachers and the teachers union, honey, and the teachers' wages, girl. These teachers, you know, they are our unspoken silent heroes. And I ain't talking about for the ones who on a bald-headed hoe shit. I'm talking about real teachers, the ones who do their job, the ones who are a parent, a counselor, an educator, a ride home, girl, their transportation. They do it all, honey. I know teachers growing up, girl, like when I was growing up, our teachers were like everything, honey. Like teachers played every role. Half the time they were using their own money to decorate the classroom for field trips. Just like we're really in it. And now these educators are in a position to have to, they literally, their lives are at stake. You know, it's not just the kids. These educators are risking their lives being taken just because they want to teach the youth. We got to do better. We need these public servants. Okay? We need them. We got to fight for them in every way. And we also have to do whatever is in our individual power to do to change the community we do have access to. So let's do just that. God bless the world. God bless America. God bless every last single one of you. And good riddance and good night. And in the words of my spiritual mother, honey, until next time, stay in peace, not pieces.